We're live.
We are live? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, welcome to the HDC. Let's see, what's today? Today is Tuesday, April 20th. So I'm Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's confirm that we have some members present. So members, when I call your names, if you could just respond in the affirmative, that would be great. Diane Coombs. I know you're there, Diane. How about we start with you, Val?
Aye, here.
Very good, thank you. Abby? Kent.
Here.
Very good. Stephen Welch, are you on yet?
I am.
Okay, very good. So Stephen's with us. Diane, are you with us?
Chair, I don't see her.
That's funny.
was
She
here.
was here. Okay, I'm just going to run quickly through the list to see if anybody else has joined us, and
I'm here, Ray.
Oh, hi, Carrie. I didn't see you on there. So Carrie Thornwell.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, so now we're on to staff members. When I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative, that would be great. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Okay, let's get started. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020. That order posted with agenda materials for this meeting allows public bodies to convene remotely. There's Diane. Diane.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. So Diane's with us. Allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom, oh gosh, via Zoom with video and audio recording. And we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. We will, however, hear from Holly Backus during the public comment portion of this meeting. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during this meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I will introduce agenda topics and speakers, so everybody please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And please direct all comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make the taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at this evening's meeting will be conducted via roll call. Okay, that gets part one out of the way. Kathy, do we need to make any modifications to the agenda, or can we approve as submitted?
May approve as submitted.
Very good. Okay.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Very good. So we have 4 regular members and 2 associate members at this time. I will ask Stephen to sit in on the motion to approve the agenda. So Stephen, are you in favor of that motion?
I am.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So we now have an approved agenda. So as I said earlier, we will have public comment from Holly Backus. You have the microphone, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, HDC. I just wanted to bring to your attention the Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines that we've been working on. Just want to remind you all that we would like to have comments to our consultant by the end of this month, beginning of next month. So please, if you have not had a chance to take a review of that latest revision, please send me those comments. Let me know if you have any questions. I also wanted to mention that, as you all are aware, this effort is through an MVP action grant that we received from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And this week's kicking off on Earth Day, we will be doing our Resilient Nantucket Design for Adaptation Forum. And this forum is actually a 3-day public forum that's going to be showcasing resiliency planning and cultural resource protection efforts through Europe and the UK and the United States. So basically, people from all over the world are going to be looking at the efforts of this type of work, as well as showcasing a little bit of Nantucket. We're also going to have some folks from the state level, our representatives, who will be in attendance on Thursday. So again, this kicks off on Wednesday for an hour and a half. And then it will be most of the day on Friday, and a little bit on Saturday. Again, go to resilientact.org. I think I've also sent the link out to you all. Take a look at it. You don't have to register for the whole thing. If you have a couple of, an hour here or there, pop in, take a look at it. They will be recorded. And again, this effort is being brought to the town through the MVP Action Grant, with all sorts of folks sponsoring, including the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions and Preservation Mass, as well as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Very good. Now we're on to a very brief, terse consent agenda, 3 items, one of which I need to recuse from. So I'm going to turn it over to Diane for this one.
Okay,
Thanks, Diane.
so what do we got? 1 through 3. 3 Sherburne Turnpike, 80 Goldfinch, and 29 Coffin Street. So can I get a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Val. So Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and Val,
Aye.
and me, I. So that's all 4 of us. Thank you. The next one is signs.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. So Kathy, would you walk us through these, please? Before we get started on that, so I will establish the board. So regular board, that's the 4 regular members that are present right now. And let's see, Carrie, can you sit on this? All
Sure.
of the times, that is. Okay, thanks. Kathy, go.
Okay, so signs 1 and 2 for 14 Federal Street approved.
Okay.
So I make a motion to accept. Are we going to do them one by one, or are we going to do them
Well,
all?
we're doing 2 right now, 1 and 2.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve 1 and 2 of our signs.
Very good. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that was 1 and 2. How about 3?
So 18A Federal Street was held for revisions.
Okay. Somebody want to do that for me? Diane?
I'll make a motion to approve, not to approve, to hold for revisions number 314A Federal Street.
Very good. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That was number 3. How about number 4?
Number 4 was held, approve a sign advisory council comments.
Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve number 4 along with the sign advisory comments.
Very good. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. 5.
A motion to approve with sign advisory comments.
And that was just number 5, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Number 5 to approve with sign advisory comments.
Very good. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. 15 Broad Street,
So the first sign was motion to approve.
which is,
First,
which is to say that the other 2 probably weren't approved, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Diane, just on the first.
The first 15 Broad Street is approved with sign comments.
No.
Right? Okay,
No,
so
straight
on that
approval.
motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, how about the other guys?
The other two 15 Broad Streets were held for revisions,
Both
Make a
of them.
motion,
both.
hold the last two Broad Street projection signs, hold for revisions.
Okay, so that, for the record, that's items 7 and 8 on signs. So Diane has made that motion. On the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, we're winding it down. Now we got 2 at 37 Center Street.
Yeah, so number 9 and 10 were approved with sign advisory comments.
9 and 10 both.
Yes, please.
So make a motion to approve 9 and 10 with signed advisory comments.
Very good. All right, on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
thank you.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That concludes the sign portion of our tonight's event. So now we have 60-day denials. How do you want to handle this one, Kathy?
Just a motion to deny due to lack of response for all 4.
I mean, that's true of all 4 of these?
Yes, please.
So we'll do them en masse. So let's pull in Stephen on this one. Can somebody give me a motion to do a 60-day denial on the 4?
So move.
Okay. So Diane has made a motion to approve the denial of the 4 applications that have gone over 60 days without response. On Diane's motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So there's our 60-day denials. And now we're on to new business. We have these 2 things on Meter Street that I'm sure you all recall. We have an established board on that. So it's myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie.
I thought we weren't doing these today.
Well, apparently there was a little bit of a
Confusion.
mix-up because Linda.
Yeah, so we had nothing to look at ahead of time.
Well, right, they decided to leave it on the agenda just in case, because he can do the screen share and have you look at it.
Okay, so let me explain something, Val. Val, you are correct that the motion that was made the last time was to move him to next week's meeting.
Yeah.
However, I think Brooke had submitted some stuff and Kathy put it on the agenda, so it's here. If you all feel like we don't have enough information in advance to be able to move forward with this, well, then we could always go back to the original submission or review next Tuesday and not this Tuesday.
Are we voting just on the move or are we doing architecture?
Well, as I understand it, we wanted to sort of isolate the 2 issues. There was the move, and then there was the alterations. They're sort of 2 separate things. If you look at the agenda, you see one is just a straight up move. That's it. And then the other thing that we had requested more information from Brooke on was, well, what exactly are you going to be doing to this building?
Why is it under new business?
Because it's been in already,
Right, it's been in.
No,
but they asked to put it at the beginning of the agenda on the 27th.
You did.
But apparently it ended up on the agenda today in the same spot, so.
Well, I don't have any more information than I had a week ago, so.
Well, Brooke does have a screen
I-
share with whatever he's done to it.
Yeah, I can screen share.
well, okay. I want to make,
I don't mind looking at it. I mean, it can't go anywhere unless we approve it. So why don't we look at it?
Okay, and if you get more changes, we can make them between now and next week.
And may I say something, Ray?
go ahead, Brooke.
Yep. So in the last meeting, you actually got a kind of a preview of what was going to be changed.
Correct.
And there were some preliminary concerns expressed about the side facing Washington Street. And so I actually made some of those changes. They weren't a part of any requested revisions, but they were changes that were made in the hopes of expediting this situation, which is kind of time sensitive due to land bank requirements
Understood.
and I
Moving
guess
it
some
well.
planning board stuff.
Yeah.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to share my screen.
Okay, let's move forward with this and just see where it winds up.
Yep. And if it goes, great. If it doesn't, so be it.
You understand why it wouldn't go if it doesn't, okay?
Right.
All right, so go ahead.
All right, so you last week saw a site plan that was more or less like this. There was some concern about the hardscape driveway. We're gonna have drivable grass and then a small section of white shell and native stone. I took some photos of the buildings on a nicer day. This is the lot right here. These are the recent meter street homes that were elevated. This is the grade is at 4.4 feet. So design elevation is at 11 feet. This is the neighbor's house and that is 29 feet 7. These are the structures immediately behind the subject property. That's another one. And
Yeah. Beautiful.
okay, so this right here is the as-built, and these were the changes that we made. We right now there's like a 15 light French door and 3 clear pane doors. We cut off this section right here and this section right here, the shaded red part.
Right.
And now we've got like a board enclosure under the deck and under the entire structure all the way around. We have a somewhat more proper front door. It's still off to the side, but it doesn't look like a French door anymore. And the 3 existing doors are going to be replaced with 15 light doors. So moving to the north elevation, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's basically all clouded because it's this section that was removed. On the west elevation, again, it's the flip of the east, and it's pinched 7 feet and 7 feet on this side. This side is really not visible as it backs up to those cottages at 15 Meter Street. This is the original here, and the south elevation, which would be somewhat visible. And there was a little bump out right here. My next drawing is next set of elevations. This is from the street. This is the east elevation. This is the neighbor's house at 57 Washington Street at 29 feet 7. And then this is our structure right here, which is 2 feet less. And it's also stepped back 25 feet as part of a, I think, an agreement with the neighbors. It's an easement of some sort.
It's a view easement.
Yep. So it's definitely, even though it looks like it's right on the street in this elevation, it's actually set back. Plus, it's set back some more because this is a covered porch. So that is my the quick and dirty presentation. I think it's all fairly straightforward and hopefully simple enough to digest and make some kind of a decision today. Thank you.
I have a question for you right off the bat.
Yes, sir.
If we could go to the one where you put the neighbor's house in.
Yes.
Okay,
Ray, I
so,
think that's one you and Lisa did, I believe.
yeah, it was really.
Yes, it is. 57 is the Holgate
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, so my
No,
question
the
is,
one next to it.
I look, Linda, stop. My question is, I look at the floor level of that house and I look at the floor level of your house, and yours is higher by at least a foot. Can you tell me why that is?
I think the velocity zone changed about a year or so ago, and a lot of the properties that were in the
A zone.
what's it called?
It was the A
The
zone
A
before.
zone.
And then
Now it's
now
the
it's in the
velocity
VE zone. So it used to be design elevation 8.4, which was 9.4 finished, and now it's it was elevation 10, design elevation 11 is what it is now.
Okay.
Well, they're going to change them all.
Eventually.
Yeah, and you can see it on some of the buildings down along Easton Street. Any of those are probably going to start bumping up a little bit too. And there's, it's a FEMA thing.
But long and short, even with the additional height of the floor, its ridge is still lower than the one next door to it.
Yes, it looks like about 20 inches.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's see. Do we
Can I
have?
begin?
Well, hang on one second, Diane. I'll let you start first as a board member, but I want to see if there's any comments from HSAP.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, HSAB did not meet this week due to the holiday. So this is the first time I'm actually seeing these as well.
Okay. Did they have comments on the last go round with this?
They did not, Mr. Chair, based on there were no detailed plan scale drawings to actually really review or give comments on. So
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, Diane, you can start.
all right. What the first thing is that the design of the foundation going horizontally is improper. It is terrible looking on those 4 sheds behind here, and would be equally terrible looking on that house. Our things go up and down, not lying on the ground. I beg your pardon? So
I don't know who that was, Diane. Continue.
I think the front door is inadequate. This is going to be facing Washington Street, as did the original on the other side. This should have, where those 3 doors are, should have a proper front door, as everything along Washington Street does. And do the changes. You can't, or turn the whole house around and face it the other way. But I think you should have a proper front door, not a little ratty front door on the right and a triple windows in the middle. That's where the front door belongs on a house on Washington Street. I don't mind taking off the edges that they have done. I don't have a thing. It is the presentation of the front of the house. People don't know that you're looking at the back of the house. I think it should have a front door proper. I think the foundation should not be horizontal. It should be vertical. That's me.
Me too, actually, Diane.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Let's see. Abby, are you ready? She may be muted. How about you, Carrie?
Sorry.
I agree with Diane wholeheartedly. Seeing the house next door really shows you what it really should look like. And I think the second floor deck is also not really right for Washington. I understand that's part of the house, but maybe some mitigation on some of the glass up there as well.
Okay.
But that's it.
Okay, thanks. Val?
I agree with what's been said. And we, as a matter of,
Yep.
the
Flood
elevation they're
elevation.
asking for.
Yeah.
I know that it's moving with the porch the way it is. It's too bad up and it mitigate, at least one step in there, but I agree with that. Fine if the front looks like a front.
All right. Thank you, Val. Abby, are you unmuted?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Well, I wanted to know, why is it called Meter Street and not Washington Street when the driveway is like right on Washington?
Look at that. It fronts onto Meter.
Yeah, that's the address that they gave it at the assessor's office.
But you're not entering through Meter
No.
Street.
They have a driveway on Meter for the back cottage. That's why it got 5 meter.
Oh, like a, what is that called when you have
They got double frontage.
right to go over the land or something?
Oh, an
No,
easement?
they actually have frontage on Meter Street.
All right, but that's a little, I don't know, that's a little fudgy. I would think that HSAB should definitely have a look at this. I'd like to see what they have to say. Also, I agree that it does front Washington. It has to look like the front of a house, even though it's got this address of Meter Street. And I think, yeah, a decent front door is in keeping. So I agree with my other board members. Thank you.
All right. So I definitely agree with Diane's assessment about the horizontal versus the vertical boards.
Yep.
Maybe could we go back to the Washington Street elevation, please, for a second?
The perspective shot?
No, well, whatever elevation. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. And Diane also made the observation about a quote front door rather than those three doors. I think that was important. Now, let me ask you a question, Brooke. Are they actually going to move the house with the porch on it? That's not typically done. They usually pull it off.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, I would be surprised if they move the porch, but let's, if you could get an answer to that, because then that would go back to Val's point about having the whole porch step down instead of being flush with the finished floor, because that would just make it feel that much less high, you know? So vertical boards as a skirting,
Front door.
really conspicuous front door.
Yep.
And if the porch is not moving, then I think we could have more to say about this very large second floor deck that's going to be looming over the top of Washington Street. Those are my comments. So, you know, guys, we actually kind of sort of reviewed both of these. One of the applications was simply to move the building.
You already gave the permission to move the building some time ago.
Well, can I ask a question about the move?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just wondering, we can move buildings across the island. You cannot move this building across the street and turn it around so the original face is facing the street. That's kind of hard to believe.
It's kind of hard to flip it in that little small space.
You
We have buildings on
all
both
of
sides.
Washington.
I mean, it would solve a ton of problems here.
It would, and you have the whole of Washington
It's
Street
not-
width, the open site that it's moving from, and the open site that it's moving to. I don't know. There's been so many other things done that seem a
It's
lot
the same
harder.
building.
Ray,
That John,
Not on
They-
hi,
just
welcome.
letting you know, I just come on. I had trouble with the computer, but I'm
Yeah,
trying to
okay.
watch it through my
You'll be
iPad.
on
Thank
in,
you.
You'll be on in the next one, actually.
Thank you.
May I speak? Can I contact Carrie or talk with her about that moving?
Sorry, what did you say, Diane?
Could I go on with and speak for a minute on the flipping of the building, which I suggested earlier, was that
Yeah,
the building is the same shape, whether it's front or back. It doesn't get bigger in the back or the front. So why is it going to take up more space to turn it than it is not to turn it? It's
Because you move it off the site and go straight down the street and then move it back onto a site. There's no flipping or moving around. It just goes straight down the street and back.
well,
back
I know,
itself.
but that's not our problem. Our problem is to have the best looking building that we can in there, not what problem you have or the mover has. And I think that it would be simpler to use the existing facade facing Washington Street again.
Well, I
There's
think
no-
they want the view as well, and you're
I'm
gonna
not
have to talk to
talking
them.
to
Hey,
you.
hang on. You know, we're expressing our views as members of the HTC. So Listen, guys, thank you, Diane. It sounds like Brooke has a little bit of homework to do. Okay. So we did review for you. Hopefully you appreciate that, and that puts you a week ahead of where you might have been otherwise. So what
Mr.
I would
Chair,
like, who is that?
it's Holly. May I just ask one quick question?
Yeah.
Regarding the elevation of the structure, it sounds like where it's going to be a 11-foot BFE, and I was under the impression that along Washington Street, the BFE was 8 feet. So again, I would highly stress something from an elevation certificate or something that could be provided from the structural engineer, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right.
Yes,
That-
for sure.
Is
okay.
this going to be on next week again, Ray, up at the beginning, or are we out another
Well,
month?
We'll put it on where it was supposed to be the last time.
Okay. And we'll
Okay.
try to get stuff in there earlier.
So can I have a motion on both of these applications? Because they're sort of, we really kind of reviewed both.
I make a motion to hold for revision.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Carrie. She's muted. Val,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie.
Here, sorry, I'm having.
That's okay.
You're in.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm in favor. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Next time, all right, now we're on to, the rest of this is new business. I want to let everybody know that John McLaughlin has joined our ranks. Hello, John. This is new business, so unless one of us has a conflict, it would be the regular board sitting on all these. So let's move forward then with 6 Macy Lane. Okay.
Six Macy Lane. I got that.
Macy Road.
Macy Road, yeah.
Okay,
Then
now I saw Nantucket there. Right.
Yeah. Yep, so we're proposing a pool in the back of the house. It's kind of tucked in there. It's pretty tight because of the VAR restrictions with needing to stay off of the setbacks. And then as you can see, like on the back end of it, it doesn't really have many neighbors. It's pretty well tucked back in there. I think visibility will be minimal, if not at all. It's not a huge pool. It does have some patio space, obviously. It is raised to be at deck level, just because it's so tight to have that step down. It just made it hard to work with. So we just raised it up to the wood deck level. So it's all one cohesive level. It's only, I think it's 12 inches high off the ground to be at deck level. We're proposing doing a New England fieldstone, like you see in the picture down low, as the stone wall, which is kind of really natural look. Fire pit. Again, I think visibility is going to be, I don't think it'll be visible.
Hey, Lindsay, how much are you raising the grade up? How much wall are we going to be looking at?
It's only 12 inches, just to be at the same level as the first floor deck.
Okay.
So 12, 16 at the most. But again, it's kind of surrounded by pine trees in that area. So I think visibility is going to be, I don't think it's going to be visible.
All right. Nantucket Advisory.
Would you like me to read that to you, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Yeah.
It says, they don't think it's appropriate. The pool and patio is not at grade. It's raised. The question about the brown fence on the side, on the site plan, is that a retaining wall? I think that's on slide number 4, Holly. Too much bluestone patio should be reduced. Pictures depict no visibility. One member of Nantucket says it is visible from Macy Road despite the pictures submitted. Bluestone wall and cap inappropriate, creates a formal environment not in keeping with Nantucket. Formality inappropriate in a rural setting. If visible, patio should be reduced and wall removed from northwest side.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks, Kathy.
Sure.
All right. Who would care to begin on this?
Can I share my screen? Because I have some pictures.
Yeah, let's go. That would be great, Val. Thank you.
This is one picture that is from the real estate website, but I think what it shows you is that the vegetation behind this house that spills out onto the beach is pretty sparse. And that's the back of the house.
Yeah.
Where it's going to be. And then here's another picture looking from the back to the street, and it gives you an idea of the vegetation around it. I just wanted to share that before everybody made their comments.
Where'd you get the second photo from?
Same place. Link.
From a real estate website.
Yeah.
Because it would be interesting to sort of see like more of where the lawn meets the scrub vegetation.
Oh, well, that was the one just.
Well, yeah, but you're sort of looking at it from like, yeah, exactly. Like how much of that is actually going to have to go?
None of that. That all stays.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because we're tucking it tight up against the house. So the idea is that that remains.
Okay.
Well, it's just, I think, helpful. So for anybody who can get it.
That is very helpful, actually.
I think it's very helpful.
Thank you, Val.
Okay, you're welcome.
Did you want to continue, Val, or?
Sure. I agree with Nantucket. I think maybe it's the patio that just seems so outrageous. I mean, it's 60 feet long. And it goes right to the property line. So if nothing else, that definitely needs to be changed. In my opinion, the way this would seemingly work best, I think, if it has to be here, is that you just build a deck around it, integrate it just kind of where the coping is, and call it a day. So then from everywhere else, it looks like a deck, but it's actually the pool. And what you want to do with a patio somewhere else, I guess, is up to you. But I think it's the formality, like they said, in this area. And then to screen that just becomes the situation that creates the problem. You know, what are you going to put up to screen it?
Well, I think, sorry, was that a question for me or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we've got our pool equipment area off to the side, which is going to have an enclosure around it. So from a visibility down the driveway, and I think it's deceiving to look at the photos on the website just because they're taken from an elevated, like I think if you're in at ground level, like you would be normally in the car, and you look down the driveway, you'll notice that the planting bed kind of juts in, and it does obscure your view of the back. You know, like the actual planting beds do kind of block your view of that back corner. You know, I see what you're saying, how it goes to the property line. If we brought that patio in and kind of reduced it so that it was more in line with the rear deck where the stairs come down, and it wasn't sticking out past the building, would that make you feel, would that be better for you?
It's not really about me. It's about, you know, what we're going to see. And I do think and I know what you're talking about, the picture that's a drone, it shows more, but what I wanted to show was the sparsity of that vegetation between this and the beach. Right. So
actually, I've caretaken that property for like a long time. Like I promise you, like if you look at the beach and you look up, the beach is way far down. Like you actually have to walk down a path of pine trees and a grove of pine trees to get to the beach. It's like, I think the beach is like 100 feet away or 200 feet away. And you have to go through, I don't know what.
That impression from the link photo that.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, well, it just, your pictures were kind of dark, so it was hard to tell. But anyway, that's my only comment for now.
All right. Thank you very much, Val. Diane.
I think that the patio will be seen. You may have a pine grove, but the vegetation between that house and the water is sparse all the time. If you're walking by and you're thinking about building a pool, it may look all right, but it's important. This is a very formal picture, and I agree with Nantucket also. Take the thing, we don't allow caps on stone walls. Why is there a cap on the stone wall? It isn't a case of it's right on the edge, I guess, of the I don't know what it is, the second very black line on the right that says 16660. I don't know what that is. It doesn't show it.
That's the property line.
It goes right corner of the patio of the pool. It's rounded out that you're out in the boonies of Nantucket. Make it look like it's part of the boonies of Nantucket. Don't look like it's a hotel on the mainland. And what do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chairs and the fire pit and
And
what are you doing?
Thrown in there.
Yeah, are you renting it for for the weekend at $1,000 a night? If it's somebody's house, it should look more like what it is and where it is. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Abby.
Yeah, I agree with Nantucket Advisory Board as well. I think the hardscaping is too severe. It's not taking consideration into the natural landscape, the existing, sort of by the beach. And I think screening away all this is going to change the character of the natural landscape. So screening really isn't the solution. I don't mind the pool tucked in close to the house. I think that's okay, but I think that it's over hardscaped. I'd like to see something softer, and maybe less built up. But that picture you showed looked like it was like over 4 feet of stone. I think that's a little.
No, it's only 12 inches.
Oh, so that picture of the retaining
It was just to show the type
That
of
was an
stone that we were going to
example of
use.
the
It's only
stone.
12 inches high.
Okay, good. Yeah,
With
so
that.
those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. How about you, John? John? Is John still with us?
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Just barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Okay, I'm on my iPad and it's not working right, and I went and my computer's messed up. So it's another one of them crazy things,
Hmm.
I'm going to start one of them funny computers, I guess. I can't speak tonight. I don't know what. I'm trying to get it to work on my computer, and the computer's been down for 20 minutes now.
So,
It
John,
doesn't respond.
before we lose you again, do you have anything to say about this pool application?
No, I didn't start with it. I'll let it pass. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, so Lindsay, you probably noticed that very few people had anything to say about the pool itself. I think your issue here is the amount of hardscape surrounding.
Excuse
So
me, Ray? Ray?
Yes, John.
Yeah, I would have something to say, yes.
Oh, well
Putting-
then please do.
Putting a pool right in the old historic area.
Hmm.
Shouldn't be there.
Okay,
Where it's going.
all
If
right.
that's the one I'm looking at.
That's exactly what you're looking at. Yep,
Is
Right.
Macy Road the old historic area?
I'm not sure.
We did a pool just down the street at Chicago Ave, which I believe is still not in the water yet, but so I hear what everybody's saying. So can I do this? What I'll do is I'll shrink the patio space and kind of bring it so that it stays behind the house. And then if you want, I'll stake it out. I'll have the pool staked and then I'll have the patio staked out so that you guys, if you want to drive by, you can drive by and take a look at it and see if you see and I'll use yellow caution tape like I've done before or something, or pink, so that you guys can see it and then you can see if you can see it from the roads or anywhere.
Okay, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Can somebody make a motion on this for me, please?
Motion to hold for review with some stakes and some revisions.
All right, sounds good. On that
Which
motion,
include no
Diane,
cap on the wall,
sorry, what?
which includes no cap on the
Oh,
wall.
yeah, I second that. So, Diane, on that motion. She's muted. How about you, Abby?
No,
I-
Up there's Diane. Okay, Abby?
I was good with adding all the Nantucket advisory stuff that Val was mentioning, blue cap and so forth.
Okay.
Everything I said.
Well, yeah, but the motion is for revisions and for a view with some stakes. On that motion, John?
Aye.
Thank you, Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, Lindsay, thank you. Oh, you got some others. So 154 Cliff Road.
Yep. So this is one, it's already been approved. You already approved the pool. There's already a pool and everything there. We're actually reducing the pool size from what it was originally. We reduced the hardscape at the guest house that originally had hardscaping on both sides of the guest house. We eliminated that and just made stepping stones. The pool area hardscape reduced. Well, actually, I guess I'd say about close to the same. At the house, what's going to happen now is we just want to raise that patio so it's all the same level. So it's about 16 inches high against the house. So it's got a little low retaining wall against the house. I know
we're just talking about that little curvilinear thing that's like literally next to the house.
Yeah.
That's going to be 16 inches above grade.
Right, exactly. So it'll be just raised up a little bit and then 2 steps down to the pool area, and then you've got the guest house. And then we just tweaked the driveway a little bit to work with the garage, because the garage got relocated from the original plan. It shifted to the other corner of the property. And again, I don't know if you guys remember, but this house is like way off of Cliff Road, but it does back up to Hickory Meadow. So if you see it's got a really long driveway off of Cliff Road. And then, but we've got a bunch of evergreen trees, which were on the previous approval, but also show up on this one to screen the pool in the backyard in perpetuity.
Right. Okay.
So it's really a revision to a previous certification.
Understood. Okay. So, who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I think this is all positive. Shrinking things, eliminating things, even though the visibility is minimal. Thank you. I have nothing.
Okay.
Nothing else. Yep.
All right. Sounds good. Abby.
I'm fine with it, and I just got bumped off my screen, so I'm glad you can still hear me. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I'm fine with it as well. Thank
All right.
you.
See you.
Sounds good. Diane? Diane?
That's good. Yep, I'm right here. Yes, good.
Oh, you're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. John?
Hi, I believe you take another look at it, see what you got there.
It's up on the screen, John.
Well, Ray, if I disappear, it means my computer completely broke down, so
All right.
thank you, thank you.
Well, but before you go, if you go, anything to say on this application, John?
No, I think it's appropriate. It's that far off the road and,
Okay. Well, I think that we can make a motion to approve it then. Can somebody
Motion
do
to
that?
approve.
Thank you, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
John.
hey,
Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. There you go. And now how about 6 and 8 hydrangea?
I have to recuse from this.
Okay, so let's pull in Carrie.
Oh, phew, there I am.
Okay.
So what we're proposing is just a small pool kind of tucked in the back of the property, 15 by 25. We've got a fire pit. It looks like a lot of hardscape, but it's really not. It's just kind of like it's just a really tight backyard. We're proposing evergreens along the back to help screen it from the road. Because I think you'd get a peak maybe when you're coming down Milestone. This abuts, this is a hydrangea lane. So I think it abuts all that conservation land. So you might get a peak from Milestone. So that's why we just put some evergreens along the back there.
Okay.
Help screen it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have sconset advisory comments on this.
Okay, let's go.
And I also had a comment from staff's perspective. I understand that this is proposing a double lot, that the current structure is actually right here. Is that correct, Lindsay?
Believe, Val, is that right? Is that the existing one or is that the one on the right?
Oh, the one to the right is
Right.
the existing house and we're adding to that.
Okay. So the proposal is also including a double driveway. So I just wanted to advise that would have to get planning board approval if that has not gone through that process yet, for that second curb cut, since will be one lot. So just look into that. But sconset advisory's comments, lots of hardscape. And there may be an issue with the sound with the proposed waterfall. Hopefully the vegetation would mitigate that. Recommended less hardscaping. There also was a comment that it's probably not going to be visible. So you got a mixed bag there. Won't really be visible due to the hedge, but there was a comment about it being adjacent to the open space back there, which is called Ruddick Commons. I didn't know that name, which is the conservation land. And then there was a comment about the where is the pool equipment? Didn't see it on the plans here. I did also was also reached out by just a concerned abutter and wanted to know what exactly the plans were. They weren't necessarily concerned on the pool itself, but the overall proposal in respect to the addition. So those are the comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thank you, Abby.
I just, I'm sort of, I realize this is already sort of maxed out hydrangea lane, but the concept of sort of going around the periphery with rows of similar trees, if you know this area, it's like a low-lying, marshy, sort of open moors. And suddenly we have green rows of trees, and it's sort of incongruous. Is there any way we can start, you know, not having them in a row and sort of bunching them into sorry, I've got I would like to see a new way to approach this problem, and I'm asking you, Lindsay, to start thinking about how to approach landscaping without just ringing, you know, lot line around in a square. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think Abby's absolutely right. What is this? That big square of green something or other. I don't know what it is. It is not what's usually around that land, that hydrangea lane or whatever you want to call it. It's part of Skinner Coffin's thing. I think that it has to be broken down. The size of the pool is not excessive at this time, but the rest of it is the house and the driveway goes from lot line to lot line, from front to back. There's no, again, you are planting in the middle of what was next to conservation land. And it should look like that. It shouldn't look like a Lego block that you dropped in to start. Look at the drawing. That's what you see. There's no give or take. There shouldn't be a second driveway. There's no reason to have a second driveway. It has to be made more acceptable to the land where it is. It does not conform in any way to the area which it is now placed, in which it is now placed.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
Thank you. Val. Oh, wait a second. Val's recused from this.
Yeah, I'm not on it. I'm
Can I
bringing.
pull in Carrie? Carrie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I agree with Abby and Diane. I was actually just driving around that neighborhood, and it really is like the plains out there. And I understand the pool is at the back edge, and there's really not much bunching of plantings you can do, but you could pull the pool closer and get some sort of better composition of landscaping.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. John. Boy, is this frustrating. Is John with us? I see his name up there. Okay. I think in the interest of time, we're going to move forward without John. I've got nothing to add. So can I have a motion for revisions?
Can I say one thing before we?
What?
Yeah.
So what I'm getting from the board is that kind of pull it closer to the house, add a little bit more layering on that back line.
Yes.
And then maybe we shrink the pool a little bit, make it a little more narrow so we can bring it in more. And then I will inquire about the second curb cut and just see what planning board said. Maybe Val, you already know this, that we could talk offline, but is that kind of the gist of it?
That's the gist of it, sir.
Okay, on it.
Okay. Thank you. So can I have a motion?
That's my motion.
Make-
Hold for revisions.
Thanks, Abby. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay. Next up, 11 India Street.
Good evening.
Hi. Now, listen,
Hi.
Mirka, before you start,
Oh boy. Mhm.
John McLaughlin, can you hear us or not? Because if you can't, then I need to get somebody else in.
His box has just got his name and there's no microphone or anything.
We did say he was having troubles with his computer, so I think we got to move on. But in fairness to the rest of the applicants, I want to now get into our rotation. So Stephen, are you around?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. So Mirka, you know who your board is, or do you want to know?
I will take anyone who would like to sit on this.
Right. Well, you got us. So, all
Thank
right.
you.
So go ahead.
So this is actually the back of the proprietors. It's the patio what they used last summer for dining as a gravel based. And there's a little transformer and planter. So what they said last summer, it was really hard to use because of the gas in the hills got, it was like little iffy. So they asked if they could fill it with the brick instead. So we are not really adding any hardscape area. It's just changing the material from gravel to the brick.
Okay.
And also I would like to just create nice ease transition from the brick walkway, like ramped where the existing pavers are now, to ramp and little dress up the entryway with
A ramp
nicer.
made out of what material?
The brick, it's all brick.
Okay, it's not rendered that way in your drawing, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but it's, there's just maybe 6 inches of transition. So it just would be continuous brick path to the brick patio.
Got it.
It's all just a brick. And then very subtle. It's like a walkway. I shouldn't even call it a ramp, but just practically connect. There is, HSUB has comments about the transformer, which is right there. You can see it in a picture. There is kind of temporary wooden cover they used for it, so it's screen. And then I know they asked about this planter, which is just a removable planter, and they asked if that could be, I guess, addressed in a nicer way. So the idea would be we would bring more of the landscape to kind of, as I said, dress up the entryway. And I think that's it.
Okay.
That would be all what I'm asking for. Just change the material.
Okay, thank you. So now let's listen to HSAB.
Yes, Mr. Chair, HSAB took a look at this on March 22nd. They're concerned that it's a lot of brick and may be visible from India if planting isn't maintained, and the transformer should be concealed. Their recommendation would be to provide a picket fence with a gate along the street side just in front of the transformer. Also, it seems that the brick is going to be perpendicular with the existing sidewalk brick, and I would just want to make sure that that would be something that this commission would want. But it is a lot of brick. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll go.
Yeah,
Mr.
thanks,
Chair.
Adam. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting project for downtown. I'm pretty excited about it. But I think, and I think helping the proprietors to keep it outside. So I'm okay with the brick. I think the main focus here is India Street, and I would like to see, I mean, here you can get creative and look at other ways, make it opening with hedge on either side, or like HSAB said, picket fence, but the entrance to the terrace is the most important thing. And I don't see that design, unless I'm not reading it correctly. I don't see exactly what is proposed, and that's the most important thing to me. So that you can explain it later, Mirka, and let everybody go. See what other people say.
Okay. Thank you. Diane.
Well, I'm looking at it. am trying to make some sense out of it for me. On India Street, on the right-hand side where the blue rectangle is, that is the brick patio, right?
That's what
That
it's
is the
proposed.
gravel brick.
It's gravel now. It's gravel now, and we would like
Yeah.
to change it to the brick. Yes, correct.
And the sidewalk in front of that building is brick,
Brick.
right?
Correct.
Yep. So I think Abby, I think Abby is right, is that if they're going to use this to be part of their establishment, that the entryway should be welcoming and easy, but it's got to be tall enough to block them, to give them some privacy. On the far back, Becca, what is that little rectangle with the green?
Oh, that's an
Next to the
existing
stairs.
sorry, that's existing planting bed, as you can see right there. That's existing planting.
Oh, yeah, all right. Well, I think that is, I think it'll fit in. India Street in that area is funny, but with some work and stuff, I think it'll be good. It's 11 India. It's on the out of town side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Abby's comments. I think some type of a more formal sense of entry, perhaps, as HF had suggested, picket fence extending from the existing porch and opening, and then extending on the other side will help to formalize. I don't think a gate would be necessary, nor perhaps even appropriate, because you're trying to create a sense of entry. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Val, did I get you? No.
I agree with what's been said.
Okay, so do I actually.
Yeah.
So should we motion for a couple of revisions on this?
May I? Would
Yeah.
it be okay? I'm just, because I know they are trying to get ready for the season. If I'm pretty sure we would, if you would like to get us like a picket fence type 2 typical on to connect the two corners of the building, natural or painted white, whatever you prefer. I'm pretty sure that all would be acceptable. I just really want to get them ready for the season, and just,
My point was to make a sense of entry, as Steve said. I mean, it's got to have a ta-da, you know, like here's where you go in. So it has to be welcoming but private at the same time. And I'd like to see that you bring something back that we can look at that's concrete.
would it be possible for them, perhaps, since are you objecting the brick, would it be possible for them maybe just if you think we just want to define the approval with the fence and the arrival, but is it possible for them get started on the brick patio, or do you think we can we should just better wait for the final approval? I just know they're waiting for this, so just want to see if I can get a head start.
Through Mr. Chair,
Hang on.
I don't have a concern about starting with the brick. I think personally, it seems like there's a consensus that sense of entry is just got to be resolved.
Yeah, I think brick is appropriate as well.
All right, so that's at least 3 of the members that are okay with the brick, one of them being me. So, and it could be that we all are okay with the brick.
I'm agreeable to it. I think we could.
Okay, so I think what we can give Mirka is a verbal assurance that moving forward with the brick patio portion of this is fine, and that all she really needs to work out is the sense of entry. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So officially we're doing a motion for revisions, but Mirka, you have
I have another suggestion, and you tell me if could this approval maybe just get approved the brick, and I will just follow up with independently with the new submission for the fence.
But
Would
you
that-
don't need to get this approved to have a building permit. You don't need a building permit for patio.
No, I just sometimes worry you guys change the mind on me.
Listen, it's going to be the
We're
same.
very tricky, very tricky.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the start of the brick patio. And we will hold for a new application of the front of the entrance to the patio.
Oh, boy.
No?
Can I make a suggestion, Abby? That's for you, Mr. Chair.
No, I can reach, I'll resend that.
Go ahead, Stephen.
No, I was just going to suggest that Abby's motion be the tail end be just a little bit different. That we're approving the brick, and the approval is in part contingent upon submission of a approvable entryway.
Okay, I like that one. Can we run with that motion? Stephen, can you make
Yep.
that official motion?
So moved.
All right, thanks. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Mirko.
Thank you, and
All
we'll
right.
be back.
Now, don't forget to submit something for us.
Already
watching
drafting
you.
it. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so next up, 27 East Tristram's. We're going to jump now to Carrie. Matt, are you on board?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. All right, let's go with 27 East Tristram.
Okay, so thank you. So this is an existing single-family dwelling on East Tristram. You can actually see where it is on the locust map. It's an existing one-story structure with some wraparound hips. Basically, this is an addition to that structure. Our goal here is to basically follow the existing trim details, trim colors, et cetera, et cetera. There's some unique features to it, but I think all in all, the additions are all one story. I think, yeah, thank you for the photographs. That's a good place to start. There really is no designated front door in this structure. That's something we certainly wanted to address. If you look at the south elevation, which is the photograph in the bottom left, that technically is the front of the house, but there really is no front door. The primary entrance is on the east elevation, and it tends to look like a utility door. And so one of the goals of the project was to identify a clear front entry. There's a clear story transom centered in the center of the main mass ridge, if you will. And so our proposal is to locate a new front door at a front porch on the south elevation, so it faces the street. And we are also proposing to add a covered deck to the left side. Sunset is pretty spectacular in that area, and so they want to spend some more time out in that side of the house. And so there is an addition of a deck off the facade. We propose to add a mudroom covered entry pent roof off the east elevation, which is the side elevation, which you can see there. Thank you. On the water side, which is the back of the structure, which would be elevation or sheet A 2.2, the north elevation, which is basically the back of the house. You can see that for the comparative analysis of the existing condition, the smaller elevation at 1/8 inch scale on the right, we're playing off a lot of the existing fenestration and massing schematics. We didn't want to really reinvent the house per se. There is an existing screen porch. And so our proposal is to include basically take that design lead and run with it basically, and add a screen porch, omit it where it is now, but then add it on both left and right sides. Again, the north elevation faces away from the road and is probably not visible really from anywhere. Again, try to follow all the existing trim details, color scheme, natural trim, sash to match existing. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, thank you. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thanks. That was you, Carrie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
totally appreciate this person's desire to keep this building basically what it is, which is a funky little beach building. And I think it's great.
Okay. Val?
I agree with Carrie. It's great. They're keeping it natural to weather and low lying. So I'm good with it.
All right, like it. Diane?
I also think they've accepted the best of everything. And East Tristram's is a funny road, and I think it'll fit in perfectly. So I think that's done a great job.
Okay, good to hear. Val? Wait,
Yep.
Abby. Abby.
Abby says yes too.
Okay, I think we can motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, thanks. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. That's that. Okay. The next one is 7 East Lincoln. And now we're going to jump back to Stephen for your.
And I'm off of this one, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yep.
So then Stephen and Carrie are on this one. Okay.
I can begin whenever it's appropriate. Okay, so I'll just jump right into it. So you're familiar with this structure. If you recall, the main house was approved about a month or so ago, and this is an application for the garage. The garage can sit, is not required to be elevated per the flood elevation requirements. So the structure is lower. We try to keep it a very simple structure, have it be subsidiary to the primary mass. Just by nature of it not being required to be elevated, the scale and the relationship of the hierarchy from the primary dwelling to the second to this structure, I think works well. We did do something in terms of the massing. We tried to keep it very simple, fairly simple structure. We did add a pent roof off the facade, and it will be used as a garage. There is intended overflow space in the second floor. The owners have 4 children, and that's the intended use. It's not there is space program above it, but again, very simple structure. Gable forward, flush dormers on the side. The pent roof is on the side elevation. That's the access to the space on the second floor. One thing I would just point out is we are showing essentially skirting on the building to match that that's on the main dwelling. And the theory behind that was that because the area is prone to flooding, that if it was shingled down to the 8 inches of exposed foundation, that over time there would be essentially water staining and wicking. And we thought that this was just an attempt to avoid the discoloration or uneven discoloration of shingles, natural shingles on the sidewall. So with that, Mr. Chair, I look forward to the comments from the board. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have advisory on this?
Yes, sir, we do. HSAB took a look at this on March 22nd. Their concerns were, as an accessory structure, this is pretty tall. The transom above the side door is not appropriate and adds height to the door hood. The white painted skirt boards is too much white. Recommendations would like to see the height reduced by about 3 to 4 feet. Remove the transom over the side door. Painted skirt gray or natural to weather. And I think, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were also requesting for a composite material, or was that just something?
It was AZIC.
Okay, AZIC.
Yeah.
From a resiliency perspective, having the skirting match actually would, from aesthetic perspective, also look great. From my opinion, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are the comments.
Okay. Thanks, Holly. All right. So who cares to begin on this? Is that you, Diane?
I'll begin. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Yep.
First of all, I'd just like to find out how tall it is.
I could, through you, Mr. Chair, I could answer. It's 25 feet, 3 inches.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so that's only a foot over what we allow for a department over a garage. So the other thing, on the proposed west elevation up on the door, on the shed dormer, I would like to see the windows separated and a third window put in. You've got it. It looks like it's too small to with the push together in the middle, and then you have all the side cheeks there. And the windows below, that's in the garage part, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think a third window, you've got plenty of room, and if the kids are going to be up there, that would give them nice light. And I think it would be better to widen it with the third window, or widen it without the third window if the third window screws it up. I'd just like to see not so much wasted space. And I guess it would be the same on the east side. And I don't mind removing the stuff over the door at the first floor. Those side brackets, it doesn't look like the little roof sticks out very far. I don't think I have a problem with the little roof, being that it's going to be a people place too, and it makes it easier. I think that is the extent of what I have to offer at this time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, Abby?
I think well, I'm looking at the elevation, the south elevation. I think the windows on the doors sort of overwhelm those doors. I wonder if they couldn't relate to the proportion window panes on the windows that are on either side of the garage door. Right now, it just looks like a lot of extra glass for really no reason. Now, sorry, but are there two sets of garage doors? Do you go right through to the other side, or what's that?
Well, it would seem.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. The idea is that they could, they'll probably put a vehicle there in storage in the off season, but in the summertime, theoretically, the front doors would be closed, but the back doors could be open, and they might put like a ping pong table or something like that. So it'd be a little bit of a flex space, maybe overflow that opens up. And if it's like a rainy day or something like that, that was the idea. I don't think we're ever intending to have the front doors and the back doors open. It's more just to have the that first floor be kind of a pretty rough. Obviously, if you're going to park a car there, it's going to be a slab, but
Interesting. Well, the other thing I'm noticing now that I'm looking at the floor plan is that the garage doors, if they are open, it looks like they're going over the corners of the house. I've got a thing about, working doors and shutters and things that they should, when they flop back on themselves, they should cover just that area and not go further. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, if you open the doors and they're
Yeah,
full, the front doors.
Yeah, maybe they come down in size a little bit. I mean, it looks a little bit more like a horse stable at the moment. And I think it could be downplayed a little bit, sort of a little more subtle. That's all.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it does. I think my primary concern is the garage doors. Otherwise, it's appropriate to the primary dwelling that was approved. I think it's a little tallish, but it's still appropriate.
Okay, that's it. Okay, Carrie?
I actually think the whole thing should be pushed back on the site a little bit. I don't think it's being subservient to the house. It's right up there to the front. It's got a lot of character and it's very fanciful. And that front elevation is really not, it's calling attention to itself. I think the 3 windows on that south should be 2 on the second floor. I agree with Diane on the dormers and the windows. And I sort of agree with Abby about the windows to the flanking the garage doors. I think there's just a lot going on. It's right up, as close as it can be to the street, getting your 20-foot driveway in front. And I think it needs to be pushed back so it can be secondary to the house because it is quite tall.
Hang on.
Sure.
That's
What?
I was
That's
just going to say, Mr. Chair, there's a last sheet that does have a comparative elevation that shows the main house and the, and there's like elevation sheet there. Sorry, I just want to.
That sort of proves my point.
Exactly.
That totally
I think the next elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for that. But so, yeah, I mean, wow. Now I really agree with Carrie's point about pushing it back. I do think it's too tall. I think that pent roof with the transom on the side that HSAB pointed out, yeah, agree with that point. Agree with Diane on the multiple windows in the dormers. The dormers look, or those double windows seem like they're sort of all alone by themselves in that great big wide dormer. So those are my comments, my main comments. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good to me. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Aye. Gary.
Aye.
All right. And Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now we're on to 69 Surfside. And I have Carrie down because Stephen and Carrie both sat on that last one and Carrie's turn in the rotation. So Carrie, you'll be on this one. So go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a structure that you've approved previously. The owner has realized that they have a need for additional employee housing, and they are proposing to add 2 sets of shed dormers to the 3rd floor of this structure. And the reason being is to add a 2-bedroom apartment onto the this 3rd floor. Also a few other minor changes just in terms of the operational use of the building on the 1st floor, specifically on this elevation here that they're showing here. So west elevation, 2 things on the left side. Previously, the primary access door for unloading and loading material, that we did have a pent roof on the left side, and the consensus was operationally that they feel that the trucks are just going to actually hit that thing constantly and probably smash it. And so they've asked if we could omit that. And then I felt that the primary door in the center mass could use a pent roof. It's purely aesthetic and ornamental. It'll have some, functional use in terms of providing some protection to the door. But those are the primary changes on the existing building 1st floor. Probably most significantly is the addition of these 3rd floor shed dormers. And like I said, the original program, this was not intended to have any residential component to it. Given the expansion of the business and the need for housing, employee housing in particular, we were asked to see if we could actually lay out an apartment on the 3rd floor, which we could. It's pretty tight, obviously, but it does require shed dormers. We did try a number of different incarnations, 3 dormers, 1 larger dormer, and understanding that this building is a utilitarian structure and it's got some scale to it. What would be the best way to add dormers to the 3rd floor and not contribute to that existing scale? So this is our best shot at it. We previously had a vented cupola, and we felt that it looked a bit odd with the finished the dormers without glass in it, and so we added the glass. So with that, again, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'll say something.
Thank you, Abby.
So given its purpose and that we already okayed this building, I think these small additions, which is to have some living quarters up in the attic, are appropriate. And I think the changes are fine, making it a little bit more residential.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Abby. All right. Val.
I guess it's okay. We took the dormers off the original building because we were afraid of how big it is, but it's kind of in a bowl over there. I guess I would say the most visible side is the one that faces Surfside Road, which I can't tell what side that is. Just because
That would
the
be
arrow is, so maybe it's the east.
south. I believe it's the south. Or kind of east.
Yeah.
Where's east?
I guess east is what's considered the rear.
That's kind of the longer.
That.
It's not exactly parallel to Surfside, so if I took the longest elevation, I would say south and east.
Big planet, that's why.
All right. Anything else, Val?
No, I mean, it read nicely as a barn on that side, but okay.
Sorry, are those dormers on both sides, both
Yeah.
the east and the west?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Let's see, Diane? Diane? How about you, Carrie?
69, where is it? How far
Right
out? Surfside Road, did you have a site plan?
It's right past that bike shop
Yep.
area.
Okay.
Kind of off of Myacomet Ave, and then there's
Yeah,
Celtic
right.
Drive.
Port Myacomet Ave or Myacomet Road?
Ave. And then
Ave.
then technically you take Celtic Drive, and it's in this weird little, I shouldn't say weird, it's kind of cool, but it's in this like little recess.
Yeah, I know. No, I just couldn't think where the hell it was. So now I do. The only thing I don't like, I don't think you're going to see a lot of it because it drops down sort of off the road there. If it's around Celtic Drive, the little windows on the second floor, now that we're having bigger windows on the third floor, they look, what's going on the first floor?
If it's okay, Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Yeah.
So it's all storage, Diane, first and second floor. And to your point, if you felt that those second floor windows on the second floor mass, we could use the same window type that we used in the dormer on the second floor of just that center mass, and then keep the rest of the windows.
That's good. It just would give more
I hear you.
presence of in that center mass. Those three were bigger, and do the smaller ones to the side. I just think that when you see the lower thing, what elevation is it, west, and all those little windows, it doesn't fit in with what it's now become. So I would like to see some bigger windows in the center part. That's what I would suggest.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I think this is okay considering its location in that dip. And I think from Surfside Road, nobody will really quite understand this as a 3-story building. And I do appreciate the residential above, just for the sake of Nantucket and its workforce. So that's all.
Okay. All right. I have nothing to add. Is there any revisions that we want to make, or are we going to try and approve this as is? What would we like to do?
Did a quick sketch, Mr. Chair, of what I think Diane might have been describing. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I think that makes a bit of a difference.
I think it's nice. I would like to have that. I think it looks good, and he just threw it in. So
Where is the sketch? I'm not seeing it.
It should be on my screen. Instead of seeing my face, you see this. Can you see it?
right down to there where it says his name, in the corner.
Gosh.
You see the.
You just
very-
see the
It's very
window.
analog.
What?
This is very analog approach, but I'm putting a quick sketch
There it
over.
Oh, that. Okay, now I see
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I agree.
think
So
that's what-
do we want to run with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would motion to approve to have a hold for slight revisions or else through staff with the revisions made on the second floor of the main building.
So I think we can actually do this through staff if we take.
Definitely.
What's the label on the first floor double hung windows, Matthew?
On the first floor, Mr. Chair, they're A type, but I think that Diane was suggesting maybe go with the B type, which are in the dormers.
So all right, B type. So the idea would be to take the 3C units that are hoppers or awnings right now and turn them into B units. And would that be on the east and the west elevation?
Both elevations, yes.
Okay, can somebody make that motion for me?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do we want to, okay, I'll say it again.
Through staff, I'd like to make a motion to approve through staff, taking the C windows on the main mass, both east and west.
East and west elevations.
To become
B windows.
the same windows as the dormer windows, and they're B?
I believe are B windows, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that is Val's motion. All right. So on Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
And Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion. Carries. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're off to 29 Center. Stephen will sit in on this one.
So I can just jump right in, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. So this is basically fairly minor revisions to the exterior staircase. Probably the most predominant feature would be on the west elevation, which is the front of the building. Previously, so we have an accessible 1 in 20 ramp that runs across the front of the building off to one side. We went with the 1 in 20 so that there's not a lot of busy railings, et cetera, et cetera. So we should be in good shape there, but it leads and lands on a landing, if you will, a platform. It's only about, I think, 14 inches total or a little bit north of that. But it is all flush, and so that we're making the building accessible, which it wasn't technically previously. In the previous approval on the front entry, we had a series of wooden posts and wooden balusters. And we also are required to have the 1.5-inch graspable handrail on the inside of that railing system. And we realized that because the elevation change is so minimal, that it's purely aesthetics, that the busyness of the posts and the balusters seemed like unnecessarily excessive. Like there was just a lot of architectural detail at this one point that really wasn't serving any function. And so working with the landscape architect, actually Mirka, we looked to determine ways to try to eliminate as much of that busyness as if we could. And in reality, the only thing we really need is a graspable handrail on both sides of the step. And so we're showing this stoop, if you will, as masonry. I think the way that we have it rendered, it's just rendered at brick. When we had submitted this, weeks and weeks ago, we're kind of going back and forth on the material. I think Mirka's plan is updated, and I think that she's got the approval for this front mass being, those steps are stone, and basic. So we're proposing to remove the handrail that was previously approved with the balusters and the newel posts, if you will, and in its place to just put a wrought iron, very simple handrail. And the idea is that it all kind of just disappears and it's less busy and less ornate. So that's the kind of bigger change. We did go to the HSAB. They did look at it, and I think they have comments. The other minor changes are on this elevation, on the south elevation. There was previously a set of stairs that we've omitted that continued back down on the back of this landing. This landing on the south elevation that you're looking at, the right side of which is clouded, that's actually a secondary ramp that allows you to get from the meeting house to the Roberts house. And so part of this overall project is we added an accessible unit in the Roberts house. We added a suite in the gatehouse, and we've made this building accessible in the meeting house as well. That was part of an overall AAB decision. So the only reason I point that out is that this center section that we're showing is actually a secondary ramp because the two buildings between the meeting and the Roberts are not level. We had a set of stairs that continued down through the alleyway, but we just don't need it, and so we're omitting it. The other portion is we were proposing to omit a window on the south elevation and move a door. That door leads to an existing set of stairs. Just pointing out, we did scale back the scope of the work. And so the floors on the second and third floor remain intact. Along with that, all of the existing means of egress and original staircases, they're nothing, special or spectacular, they're pretty utilitarian, but that's where that door leads, is to a means of egress. And then finally, on the north elevation, we are adding a stoop and stairs out of what was previously an existing means of egress because the grade slopes down. The door was actually, there was a set of stairs inside the building that were winders that were not to code. This door now is level with the first floor, and therefore we had to raise the threshold and create these small steps on the side. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. HSAB.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So HSAB took a look at this on March 22nd. At first, there was a conversation about having a wrought iron and brick steps with a wooden structure. However, after review, they agreed that it would it would disappear into the landscape that's going to be proposed. Mm-hmm. So they're fine with the overall brick stoop and railing. And they were actually concerned more with the loss of this 2/2 window that's historic to the main structure. And there was a discussion with Matt to see if this window could be reused within this location over here, which is actually their luggage room. And that would actually be, appreciative if that could be done. Other than that, no other comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we get on, Matt, you were aware of that proposal?
Yeah, that was something that had come up. Yep, at the very end of the meeting there. So, and I don't.
Is it something you can do?
It probably is. It would. It's something that would take a little bit of time in terms of getting. Yeah, it would.
Right. I just want to know whether it was feasible.
It poses some challenges timing wise and technically and a few other things, but
okay, we'll get back to that. We'll see if that's an issue. Okay, so Abby, you want to start?
Sure, I'd love to start. Thank you. I also was focusing on that door window that turned into a door, and I was wondering if it couldn't be. I couldn't tell because the railing was in the way. Are you mimicking the ones that are on the front? Does that become like a 2/2 door with a panel below? I couldn't tell.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because you can't really tell with the balustrade in front. I'm okay with the wrought iron my only thought was the brick is, it might be a little out of place. I'm not sure. I can't bring it up in my mind, but one suggestion would be to parge it or to paint it like a sort of a light gray. It's to blend it in with the rest of, I just don't know if brick is appropriate there, but I'll wait to hear what other people say. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, could I
Yeah.
just offer one point of clarification on that
Right.
stoop material? So the stoop material is actually part of Mira's landscape plan approval, and at the time, that's why I did mention it, because it I think believe that the 2 steps currently are approved as stone steps, and then it's the base of that is some type of a stone. So I believe that you've seen the actual stoop material and via a landscape plan through Mira that she subsequently presented to you and gotten approved. When we had submitted this, we didn't know exactly what the material was going to be. So if
Okay,
that
so
helps. I
it's
just
a
want to
little
provide
late.
that context.
Okay, all right,
Thanks.
well, scratch that from the records.
Okay. Val.
I'm okay with everything. I would like to see that window get reused somehow. I mean, you could just even move it over and block it off on the inside.
Oh, good point. I think
That's one of the historic windows that's left, we should try to keep it.
Mhm. Okay. Is that it, Val?
Yep.
Thank you. Diane.
No, I agree that they've done very well putting all this stuff together, and it would be great to save that little window, and certainly putting it off so you can't see out of it from the inside would be fine. If plastering it, and you would never know. But I think keep some originality of the old house. It's gotten so sort of convoluted with the staircase coming down on the south side. It's just a busy building, but I think that they've made it as calm and as they can.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think the wrought iron, as long as there is subject to having brick below it. If it were wood, I would feel differently. I don't have a concern about that window underneath the egress stair. It's just so busy in there that I think it's going to get lost. And I do appreciate the other changes. That's it.
Okay. So, Matt.
Yep.
You think you'd be able to do something with that window just to keep it?
Sure. I just, if I could, Mr. Chair, I just got a text from one of my coworkers, and he was pointing out that there is a vent just above where you can kind of see it on the south elevation, and the vent requires, because we did, and he actually said this to me after the HSAB, and I forgot it. That we're not allowed to have a window within a certain amount of space of that vent. And that's why I think we didn't propose it. Well, we didn't propose it originally. I suppose we could do the fake window where we board it up. So might look weird. The window header is one higher than the door. So there is a bit of a conflict there with that vent. But I guess we could, I don't know. I just wanted to point that out, that there might be a bit of a conflict with the that vent. It could go on the right side of the door.
Go right there. I would just like to see it reused somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just saying too, it could potentially go on the right side of the door.
Also, I don't think the window would be a problem if it was blocked off.
That's what I was just asking. So if it's the pleasure of the board, then we'll make it happen. I don't see why.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep it, because maybe some day down the line you'll find an appropriate spot, and there it will be with the wavy glass and the big panes, and it's important to save it. So
Can I just
Okay.
add one more point? Because I'm getting like real-time feedback. So the one thing they're saying is that if it goes to the left, the header height of the window would actually literally conflict with that vent. But they're suggesting we could put it to the right of that door,
Right.
right at the base of those stairs.
And it could be plastered over.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
used,
so
yeah.
that's fine with me. Does somebody want to make a motion on this to move it along?
I'll make a motion to approve using the old window in a manner between the door opening and the other old window. I mean, maybe you keep it open so Matt can, but the point is that it get reused.
Okay, that's the motion. All right, so that's Abby's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
And can I just get a clarification discussion? Are we talking about the window on the east elevation, number 3, or on
South.
the south
red.
elevation? Oh, okay. I was talking about the window on the east elevation underneath the stairs. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right, so
All
are you in
right,
favor of the
south
motion?
elevation. Sorry.
Yep, I'm with you guys.
Okay, so Stephen's in, and let's see, Abby, did you make the motion? I forget.
Yes. Yes,
Okay, so you in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, and I am too, so that motion carries. Okay, so there you go, Matthew.
Thank
Oh,
you.
no, I'm sorry, you still have one left, and that's 1 Cambridge Street.
Yep.
And this one is Carrie.
Okay. I don't know, is it Holly or is it possible for me to kind of, because there's a decent amount of material here. I don't know if it's possible for me to.
Go for it. You want to share?
Yeah, is that okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see if I can do this. Oh. So this is 1 Cambridge Street. I don't know if everyone's familiar with the location downtown. I can provide you with a.
It was on our view list, so.
Okay, so everyone knows where it is. The building actually is a combination of 2 structures. There's one portion of the building that was built after, I think, the 1846 fire. It's the brick section of the brick portion of the building, if you will. And it's literally attached to what was formerly the chocolate shop, which is a wood frame structure. And based on all the historic documentation that we could find, that structure dates probably from portions of it from its earliest may date from like 30s, 40s, but it has had a series of additions that were later. And so our general approach to this structure is to basically, essentially take a hands-off approach to the older portion of the building, which I'm referring to the brick side, the brick portion of the building. There have been alterations to this portion of the structure over time. They've removed some, dental molding along the eave. They've demolished one of these chimneys. They've replaced all the windows to 2/2s and the front door. As far as the application is presented to you tonight, we're not proposing to make any changes to this portion of the structure. Our general approach is just to take a hands-off approach to it. Because of its age and significance. We did go to the Historic Structures Advisory Board. I think it was feels like a month ago, but and we did discuss the notion of bringing back some of these elements to this portion of the building, specifically going back to 6/6s, adding some of the architectural trim detail work as it relates to the rakes in the eaves, and even going as far as reconstructing one of the chimneys that has been demolished. Now, that is not as part of this application, and we actually had the ability to hit an old business deadline, but we didn't submit it because we thought it would screw up the whole process. That was a consensus. There clearly were dormers added to the structure. You can kind of see the comparative elevations. The original structure here. They added dormers. There's something about the dormers, the proportion that seems strange. So we actually have already made changes. We did not want to submit them again because we thought administratively it would just screw things up. But we are proposing to restore this portion of the structure as close as possible to the original condition. So again, that's not part of this application. So basically, the portion of the building that we are proposing to, significantly, demolish is this this portion on the India Street side, and replace it with basically expand the first floor slightly. We don't really have a lot of room to expand beyond the existing footprint, but basically, get a more cohesive, first floor plan, if you will, and then add a second, 2.5 stories. So basically, get a full second floor and then a third floor, basically, kind of attic dormers, so that with the intention of putting a residential apartment up there, for the new owners, basically. So I think that for this portion of the presentation, I'd just like to focus on just this side, because essentially we're really not touching the truly historic portion of the structure. So context, you guys have probably seen all this in the packet. There's a mix of, larger scale structures, taller structures, well over 30 feet, some that are not. I think these are all relevant because it just kind of shows the context of the project here. We've got 6 South Water, which is right on the corner. 4 South Water. Again, you have a range of 2-story structures here. You get the post office right next door to it, 7 Federal Street. It's a beautiful building. You got 23 Main Street. Then you have St. Mary's. So there is a lot of scale in this, much taller buildings are in this area, as well as some that are less. So not to bore you with all this, but I think the context is important. So as far as the design for this portion of the structure, we proposed, you've got your foundation plan here. We have some issues that we're navigating. Believe it or not, this portion, both of these structures actually fall below the floodplain. So we have ways to navigate that. We're going to probably seek a variance for the historic portion. For the new proposed section that we're obviously doing more work to, we are basically going to set the foundation so that it will be handicap accessible, and we'll actually flood proof the building up to the floodplain, which it's only about a foot. So obviously it's a retail location, and our proposal is to continue that use and maximize that use for the retail portion. So I'm just going to zoom out here. So I thought that these renderings are helpful. They're just SketchUp, so they're kind of loose, but I think they definitely give you a sense of scale. You can see St. Mary's in the background here. You've got the gas light. You got South Water Street here. And the proposal here, obviously, is we're going up on a footprint, and there's a sense of verticality here. The building itself does not exceed 30 feet, which was a little bit of a tricky feat, but we did it. We thought that was important. 6 South Water Street here actually is 31.6. There are provisions in the zoning code that allow you to go higher because there are buildings that are well over 30 feet. We thought it was important to stay under 30, so this does not require any waivers in terms of height. The main schematic of this building is basically E forward, dormers on the 3rd floor. We thought that on the street side that we went with 3 dormers. And we'll kind of talk about, we've got Dutch hips, which I thought softened some of the edges, and I thought it added a little bit of character. We also thought it was very important, you can see along this edge, to add a 1-story element. And again, this is retail, so the intent is to, you're in town. We're not exactly sure what's going in there yet, but it is a retail environment, and so we want to maximize visibility from pedestrians, if you will. I also want to point out that we did talk with the neighbors on South Water Street, and one of their concerns was the amount of fenestration that we're proposing currently in this bay. This is an existing bay footprint that we're basically just expanding on. We did wrap it in fenestration, so it's got quite a bit of glass. Talking to the McKechnie's who own the building on adjacent, asked if we could minimize that, and again, not to screw up the whole process of HTC, the administrative side of things. we've actually have a version that significantly reduces the fenestration in this bay, and to the point where they actually felt satisfied and they were appreciative of that. Again, it's not proposed tonight, so just keep that in mind. We have a version where there's much less glass in this section here. Here's another view, kind of from the other angle. I felt that these aerial axonometrics were helpful just to give you a sense of scale of the surrounding buildings. And I would use the term urban context loosely, but truthfully, this part of the island does have an urban context to it. I'm just going to run through some of the details of the building real quick, if I could, and then I'll try to wrap it up because I'm sure everybody has thoughts here. So in terms of the renderings, I thought it was important to kind of start aerial to show context, and then do street views. So these perspectives are taken from an average height. I think it's like a 2.5 meter eye plane, but just to give you a sense of what this building would look like on from the street level, if you will. We did again think that it was important that we added this one-story element, this one-story bump out, if you will, on the street side. Again, primarily to create a very strong horizontal line, to drop the scale of the building so that when pedestrians walk by it, it has a relatable scale to it. And it also is in keeping with the, the retail vernacular of downtown. You can see, again, the Dutch hips, 3 dormers on the street side and on the main gables. Again, that was primarily done to just try to soften the building. You will see examples of that dormer style and roof style in different locations. So we thought it was important to pick up on that detail. This portion here is the residential entrance. So it's just a single residential entrance. And it's because the building's sprinklered, we don't need like a second exterior stair or anything like that. You can see the brick portion of the building here on the backside. This is just another view. This is kind of showing the relationship of the existing historic brick section. Again, we propose, we anticipate we're going to be back before you again. At that next round, you will see the added chimney restored and the 6/6s. I'm just going to go back. Obviously there's a vertical orientation to the structure just by nature of the footprint. I think that if we took the existing footprint and just went straight up, the building may have less of a vertical appearance, but we thought that one-story bump out that is here is really critical. Again, I'll just finish on this view here. Actually, I'll finish with the pedestrian ones. Again, these are all street view, literal street view using SketchUp. It's pretty accurate. You can see this South Water building next to it for context. And I will just finish with a couple of these images. These, to me, I think are what are most helpful for me. I mean, I think that, the goal here is to have this structure feel as if it's been here. We've got lots of information, lots of photographs of existing buildings downtown that have, a combination of, transoms and establishing a certain rhythm with the fenestration on the first floor. But there definitely is this relatability in terms of the scale. So while this building is 30 feet tall, which again, a majority of the buildings in the core district, not a majority, but a good number of them are in excess of 30 feet. Some are well in excess of 30 feet, but then you also have some smaller scale buildings. And so that's why we thought that this building at 30 feet made a lot of sense. And these final perspectives, I thought just kind of, again, helped visualize, the layers that are associated with, again, this urban context. You've got cars, sidewalk, pedestrians, trees, et cetera, et cetera. So I could go on and on, but with that, Mr. Chair, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, HSAB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HSAB took a look at this on March 22nd. Thank you, Matt, for the historic information, especially the photographs. For the commission, the HDC survey indicates circa 1870. The NHL data indicates circa 1846 after the Great Fire. It's also included within Clay Lancaster's famous The Architecture of Historic Nantucket, indicating built after 1846, a one-story brick and chimneys, 5-bay facade with brick cornice, center door, later 2/2 pane windows, shop covered by shed roof, extended north to the face India Street. I just wanted to read that for you all. regarding the abutter, which I believe you all received a copy, and Matt alluded to, I'll just want to read that into the record. Concerns to the addition. This is from Eric and Lisa McKinney. I don't want to butcher their last name. Thank you, McKenna. We have concerns over the bay windows and the two-story tower facing Unit 1 and India Street side public visibility. We express our concerns with the architect who has sent us a revision of these windows. They have made adjustments to the windows that are more fitting to the architecture of Nantucket. The change in these windows also provide more privacy between Unit 1 and 2. We support the change to the bay windows based on the new plan we saw recently. Thank you for your review and consideration. We will be on Zoom call today as well. And that was dated April 15th, and I believe the commission received a copy of that. As far as I did want to mention for the commission's reminder, as well as to Matt, you talked about the floodplain. We want to make sure that the proposal meets the guidelines on flood adaptation for rehabilitated structures within historic districts, which is the National Park Service's recommendations. Matt, I will send that to you, which is also what our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines are based off of. So again, historic structures, there's mechanisms to accommodate FEMA flood with wet proofing and dry proofing, not just elevation. As far as the HSAB's comments, their concerns are as follows. Much of what is proposed to be demolished appears on the 1923 Sanborn map, and all of it was built before 1949 and is a contributing structure. The existing additions to the original brick building are appropriately scaled additive masses and relate well to the other commercial structures within the vicinity, disregarding the newly built tall structure to the east, which replaced a modest one-story building. The proposed addition towers over and dominates the original brick structure, detracting from its historic value. The roof pitches 3 and 12 are excessively vertical, and the proportions of the main mass are tall and narrow, adding to the verticality. This would be a dramatic shift in the character of the historic streetscape in the wrong direction. Their recommendations: any proposed changes to the property should respect the original brick building and stay within predominantly 1.5-story range of the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant is simply attempting to add too much volume on this property. The third floor adds too much height and should be eliminated. Those are their comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. All right, once again, Carrie's sitting on this one, and then the rest of the regular board. Who would like to start on this?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I agree with HSAB. I think first of all, Matt, your design is so fantastic. It's really hard to not love it, but I just want to say that it's really true. But I think restoring that brick building is the most important thing about this project, down to its 2 chimneys, the 6/6 windows. That was such a great photograph you had of it in its heyday when it was. I think restoring that is so wonderful. It will bring it back to life. I think the best thing to do is to separate the 2 buildings. Because you take away, when you add, you take away from the historic building if you add them together like you did on Broad Street. I don't think this is a situation like that. So I'd like to see an alley in between or something. I think that the 3rd floor dormers are, unfortunately, although lovely, I think they're inappropriate. I think the turret has to go. I think bringing it down, minimalize it more, quieter. I don't mind the hip roofed store windows, but so I don't mind those, but I think it's a little overwhelming. So thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Val.
Sure. I like a lot of this proposal, Matt. Thanks for the restoration on the old building. What's interesting is that the old photograph that you showed shows the existing older building having a much steeper roof pitch. At least it looks like that. And if that was the case, you know, maybe the two would tie in a little better. It's, I think, and there's a ton of examples, he's right, of large 2-3 story buildings in town. So it's not necessarily the height, it's a scale and massing thing, and there's a disconnect between this little squatty brick building, and I'm looking at the west and the east, and then this very tall, narrow new structure, which has a 13 pitch, which is very unusual. I think you could drop that pitch to something more typical, maybe make that section a little wider, get rid of the Dutch hip, because that's not really a vernacular that you see in town proper in too many places, if at all. And I like that you're giving the bay into the street as a 1-story element. It sort of alludes back to the 2 pieces that were there. But I do think there's way too much fenestration, even for a retail space. And all of the examples you showed clearly speak to that. There's glass, but there's also a lot of building. So I think the glass in general has to be changed. I like that you kept the little angled door that sort of gives a nod back. So for me, it's the proportion and scale of what's being added. Maybe it's a little too over stylized to bump into that building, and less fenestration and roof pitch. It needs to be simpler, I think. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Val. Diane. Diane.
I think she's muted.
Yeah.
There, can you hear me?
Now, yep.
I think maybe he doesn't want to hear me.
Come on.
I think that the building is too overpowering. That corner of North Union Street and India Street had a little store connected to the brick that solved all the problems. And you would look over the top of that building and saw the buildings in the distance. This is so prominent that there isn't any. It changes the whole feeling of that street. Maybe there are bigger buildings in downtown Maine, Nantucket, but that doesn't mean that every building going up should be that size. It is too complicated. That whole string of windows for businesses is too much. It should be a 1.5 story building, simple to go with the brick, the historic brick building. I appreciate that being fixed. I appreciate the chimneys going back. I do not, unfortunately, appreciate the rest. It is just too complicated for a short, simple street. You got the post office on one side, which isn't going to change. You got the church up the street, which isn't going to change. And then you got the back end of Sam's. They are simpler buildings. This is just, I feel strongly that it is out of fitting into what's in that street and corner. If it was a main street, went somewhere, it was something, but it doesn't. And as simple as one could keep the building at 1.5 stories, I think would be ever so much better and give more prominence to the brick building, which is a historic building, goes back to the fire. And to overload it with all the rest of the stuff, you wouldn't hardly see it. So unfortunately, that's the way I feel about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane. How about you, Carrie?
I agree with everything that's been said. It's a proportionate thing, and the height issue really comes with proportion. A lot of the buildings in town are big and massive, so their height is tall. They're 2-story buildings. Some of them have dormers, but again, they're massive block buildings. The nature of adding one building to another, that's the nature of this site. But I think it has to be done so sensitively and simply. And this is overpowering sort of everything. And I'm thinking the Athenaeum across the street is the gem of that little stretch. And this seems to be competing with it. I think, yeah, I think this needs to be simplified so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Matt, I think you're getting a sense of the board. I agree with a lot of what's been said, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I think you have your work cut out for you here. Could I have a motion from one of the members, please?
Motion to revisions.
I believe that was Abby. But on that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, Matt, we'll see you next.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Okay, now we're on to 40 Cannonberry. And let's see, we have 3 applications. So Stephen, you're up at bat. So if you were in for the next 3 at 40 Cannonberry. Okay, we ready? You know, I see John up on the screen there. Is he with us or what?
It's just to, oh, I do see he has a little microphone that's muted, but nothing.
John?
He comes and goes.
I know and I feel bad if he skips out that, you know, and then it's down to a 4-person board.
Mr. Chair, he's unable to, I'm unable to unmute him.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's work on that. But in the meantime, I would like Stephen to sit on the Cannonberries. Are we ready to move forward with that?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
So
first up, new dwelling. Got it.
So this is another home in the series of homes that are being done in Cannonberry since so many lots sold. The house that's in front of you tonight is a fairly modest house compared to some of the other ones that I've been in front of the board with, and others have also come in this development. It is a E-forward project, 1-story side mass, 1.5-story home, not 2 stories, natural trim, black windows. We've tried to embellish the house with a few of the sort of sconset aesthetics, the handrail on the front porch, the rafter tails on all of the eaves, and, you know, front door, wood, side lights with side panels. I think it's a fairly straightforward house for this area, based on other stuff that's been in front of the board. So I don't have a whole lot to say about it, and I just think the scale of it is much smaller than other homes that are going up in here right now.
Okay.
I love it.
Thank you, Val.
But I do have a question. It looks like that railing, the railing on the front of the house.
It's floating too high, Ray. I just saw that right now
way
too.
Too high. It's like
way
there was
too
a
high,
flood
Ray.
and flood
Way
pulled
too high.
the railing up. What's up with that?
Yeah, that's clearly a mistake.
Okay.
That's a
I
mistake.
thought
We're gonna drop that thing 4 inches off the Ipe deck.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. Okay. But that was just a curiosity question. So Val, you've already weighed in.
Mr. Chair, I do have sconset advisory comments for your consideration.
Sconset advisory. Go ahead.
So first of all, we like the exposed raptor tails, nice detail. So thank you for that. Very sconset-y was a comment, nice sconset feel. On the back, on the rear elevation, there was a comment about The window and door sizes seem to be odd. And maybe make them a regular size. Don't know if you're going to be able to see them. It was nice to see, especially the facade with the porch and the railings, the raptor tails, the windows. There was one suggestion of changing the 2/2 windows to maybe a 6/6. But they appreciate the simplicity. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. So Val, did you have anything to add to your comments, or are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you, Val.
Okay, Diane.
The windows on the first floor, the big 2/2s, are those windows or what? They must be windows because they don't go to the ground. So
That's
I
correct.
don't mind a large window. I prefer a large window. My question was the garage. It seems to be in front of the house. Is that? I just saw it for a second and then it's gone. There.
That's interesting. Yeah.
That's correct. But we've been doing that on almost every house in here.
All right. Well, but so that's actually not up for review right now, but note that down, Diane, because the garage is next, I think. Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it's very good. If he wanted to do the window 6/6, that would be okay. But I think the windows are fun. I think the big windows are particularly nice in a house. You don't see it too often, and I happen to like them. So that's it. I think the corners and everything are good. So I haven't got a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Abby.
Well, I was just thinking, I was just looking at the other windows on the front thinking those were large, but now I see what Diane's referring to. And there is a house, if you guys can think of Ocean Ave near the summer house, there's a house called Swallow's Nest, and it has huge windows that almost go to the floor.
And they're beautiful, Abby. They're beautiful.
Yeah. And this is so that we actually have a precedence. And I appreciate the design. It's very sconce-y and I love it. I love it too. And that is a quote from Naked Gun, by the way, Val. That was the secret code to come in and save them. You had to say, I love it.
I'll have to watch the movie again. Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see. So now, Stephen.
I love it, except for the high water railing, and I think we're good to go.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a new name, Steve. That's what we're gonna call it.
Yeah. A pair of slacks that were cut a little too short. The drunken tailor. Okay, so can we have a motion on?
To approve with the railing being corrected.
Sounds good to me. All right. So on that motion, Diane.
Hey,
okay.
you ask me?
What? You're
No,
good?
did you call me?
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay. So you're good. Oh, good on the motion. So Abby?
Good. Yes.
Stephen?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. So that's the house. Let's look at the garage.
So the garage, while in front of the house, which again is very much like I think about 5 houses I've been in here in front of the board with. This one is actually doesn't even have a second story though. It's just a 1-story garage with a little side wart on it, side mast stuck off of it, with the rafter tails, 3/3 windows. I think it's pretty cute.
You think it's
I
pretty?
concur.
Okay. Thank you. Sconset Advisory.
Yes, sir. So just wanted to point out that it's not a snot nose garage. The garage does not face the road, which is nice. The east elevation faces the road, right there. Let's see, There was a conversation about having it in front of the house, which was already brought up by the board. Looked like that fits with the area. There was a comment about reducing the height, that it felt tall, and that the windows could be lower. I think it was these gable-ended windows. And then there was a comment about moving it away from the proposed location. But those are the comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. All right, on the garage. Anyone?
I'm
I-
fine with it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Val, go ahead.
I think it's fine. It's a perfectly simple little garage, and there's been about 4 or 5 houses in there approved with garages in similar locations. So
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
and I think that was actually part of Sconset advisories, is they said this
Yeah.
isn't like setting a dangerous precedent or anything. Okay, thank you, Val. Diane? Diane?
I said,
Diane?
I think it's very, hello.
Yeah, there
Can
you
hear
are.
me?
Go ahead.
I said, I think it's a very simply designed garage and certainly acceptable there. My only contention was out in front, but if nobody minds it being out in front, then I think it's a perfect location.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
I'm good with it too, and I like the orientation, so we see the windows. I think it's perfect.
Okay, great. Stephen?
Yeah, I think given the simpleness of the design, the structure is appropriate as proposed in the location proposed.
Sounds like we're good to go.
Yeah, oh, motion to approve.
Okay, so there's the motion. Abby has made the motion. On that motion, Val?
aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so now it looks like we got a pool going, and Mirka, I believe, is
I'm
representing.
here.
Okay, very good.
Well, thank you. This is just a pool at grade with little wooden deck, king surround,
Mhm.
fully screened behind this lovely house and garage you just approved. So, it's the same shell driveway, Belgian block apron, privet hedge in the front of the building. Really try to keep this concept spirit with the, hydrangea. So, and it's the pool is in the back screen.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Hang on.
Oh,
Go on,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, so the only real question was, well, first, we'll need an updated site plan. This is on an older one where this doesn't
Mhm.
reflect the garage. But other than that, the other comment was about where the pool equipment was going to be located. That was their only concern.
Any answer to that, Mirka?
It would go towards the back of the property. It's not, I can illustrate it. It would be right in that far end.
It will be where?
If you go towards the end of the property,
Yeah.
it's not marked. I apologize for that, but that would be the place for it. This part of the property will be undisturbed and it's abutted to the land bank. Like it's all has no neighbors there. So I think that's the best place to put it out of sight.
Okay.
If that's okay, of course.
Yeah, well, let's see what the board says about that. Okay, who would like to start?
I
I'll
made a
start.
Diane, go ahead.
I think it's a good place to put it down there in the corner. If those are natural buffer, it says it is, and it will be kept up in perpetuity. So if it's not too far away, I do think it's good. I can't see what's on either side of this lot as to how near a house is from somebody else, because they can be loud when they go. So that would be my only problem if it was sitting on somebody else's back deck, but otherwise down in that corner seems good.
Okay. All right, thank you. Who was, Val, were you trying to say something just a second?
No, I was going to make a motion to approve. That's all.
Sorry, I have just a little problem with, could I just clarify something? That you go from the bluestone patio in the back, and then there are 3 steps to a deck?
At grade, yes.
So, is that a new thing people are doing? Because usually we do like stone around a pool, and
I've done either or. It's been you've seen, Abby, lots of application with the deck at grade done. It's a ipe or teak wood. It has very beachy, soft feel to it, and we are right off the Surfside Beach, so it's very something welcome to use for a change.
Okay, I'll try it. Let's see what it looks like.
I will bring you to one or few pools to show you. Where I have opportunity.
Yeah, no, I just found it interesting that we're normal. Never mind. Fine, I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to see it, but I like the idea that it's not all hardscape and it's broken up. So I'm good with it.
Okay. I think I got everybody right. Because I'm good with it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Stephen's made a motion to approve is submitted. On that motion. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank you.
So that was, thank you. That was Cannonbury. So now let's move along to 7 New Street. Okay, so this is going to be Carrie for the following 3.
I'm back.
Welcome.
No. Holly, I think it would be good to start with the site plan first, so I can just walk everyone through. And if I'm being honest, this is actually my own house, so I'm going to be a little particular about some stuff.
Oh, we're gonna grill you
into it.
Yeah, great. So if any of you have been there, this is the property that it goes obviously front to back from New Street to Warren Street. And it's right next to the Murray's Toggery outlet that some of you may be aware of. And interestingly enough, the property sort of dog legs around behind that outlet, which is the gray box on the right. Okay. So on the property right now are 3 structures. There is a main house that's on New Street, which is the front box. There is then a guest house, which is kind of the middle box on Warren Street. And there is a 1.5-story garage on Warren Street that does not connect to the main house. What I'm proposing to do is to renovate all of it and adjust the 2nd floor roof line on the main house, which is a sort of an odd salt box condition. This was actually a prefab modular house, I think, from about 25 years ago. That was built on the site. And I'm going to connect the studio garage and the main house with a 1-story gasket, and then renovate the guest house structure, which is on Warren. And then I'm adding a studio building behind the Murray's Toggery building. That is just a 1-story structure. So that's kind of the master plan scope. I don't have the landscape plan fully developed yet, but I will be coming back with that hopefully in the next month or so. So I've attached a lot of photos here. If many of you have been down New Street or Warren, I think they're changing. Some of the homes have been renovated there. They look quite nice. The scale of them is pretty mixed. There are some 1-story homes, there are some 2-story homes, and there are some 3-story homes. And so I don't think anything that I'm proposing is really out of character for the neighborhood. And ultimately my intent is to literally hedge the whole place in, so you can't see into what is kind of this rear courtyard space off of Warren Street, and run a hedge all the way across north to south from New to Warren Street as well, connecting them. So Holly, if you want to scroll down, I don't know if you want to read, there's probably HSAB. I don't know if there's comments from this being in the old historic district or not.
I do have comments when you're done.
I have
Okay.
a question before.
Sure, Val. Yep.
This is a protocol question. I am working on the Murray's building. So perhaps should I sit off this?
No.
I don't care, Val. That's
Okay.
fine.
Well, no, because you don't really have any financial stake in what's happening here.
No, I just wanted to.
No, but Val, I'd love to talk to you about it with the retaining wall on the property, though, so I could connect me with the owners would be great. But anyway, so on the New Street side, which is the elevation on the right, the south elevation, I'm really not changing any of the openings, but I have created this sort of one-story bump out main entry that I think looks a lot nicer than what was there. And it's on a few houses on Pleasant Street. And I just find it sort of a charming little addition to kind of make the home feel a little older, not newer. That bumps out. I'm adding shutters. I'm probably going to add window boxes, all of that kind of stuff. And the roof walk is added. I'm raising the ridge of the roof about 4 feet and extending the size of the roof walk to sort of maximize the views and closing it with a skirt. So you can see the elevation below is the existing and the above is the proposed.
Andrew?
Yep.
It looks like, well, you're certainly changing the existing windows, which are 12 over 12 to 6 over 11.
Yeah, sorry, Ray. I'm changing
also,
all the
It
windows.
also looks like you're making the windows smaller. Is that correct?
I am making the second floor windows a little bit smaller. Right now, they go like down to the floor on the second floor, and I'm bringing the sill height up a little bit.
Okay.
On the first floor, the window size is generally staying the same.
Okay.
But they're just, they're pretty awful units right now. So, and I am going to 6 over 1. Oh, and just the trim on this is a dark gray trim, a light gray trim and a dark gray sash is what I would like to do.
Mm-hmm.
So the rear elevation you can see was sort of a mess. It had this weird bay window, really no rhythm to it at all. So you can see the sort of gasket section on the north elevation, and I am proposing to put in a large glass door that I don't believe you'll see once I put hedges around it because I want to create full privacy. So that's it on those 2 elevations. Then if you go down, what I've clouded here in the orange is to show you sort of the new massing elements that I'm adding. So on the south side, you can see the new entry bump out that sticks out from the front. You can see the line of the existing structure, the sort of salt box with the shed dormer coming off, and how I'm sort of just adding a sort of balanced gable condition there. And then the 1-story connector from the garage studio to the main house with glass doors. And then I'm adding sort of big sliding barn doors onto the garage themselves that will open into the garage bay. But the dormer, I'm really not changing, even though the meeting rails don't align. I'm just replacing the windows. I'm not changing anything else on the building, but I am putting all new trim on it. So that's it. So if you go to the next one, here, you can see again, same thing, the added massing, removing a few windows from the garage. You can't see them at all. There's a retaining wall there that I'll be rebuilding that's sort of buried into the grade. And then I'm adding the 1-story connector and then the piece on the front. So I've worked really hard to create an in-town look to this house, not trying to make it modern, just trying to make it fit into the neighborhood. And so I'm hopeful the board will agree with that. Oh, and then here is sort of the garage connected to the house, but I'm not changing that at all other than the trim and remaking the doors that are there.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. HSAB?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the board's knowledge, HSAB did not meet on this application because it was on the agenda for them to review, but there were some changes that were made and it was asked to be removed. But they did review individually, and I have individual comments that were sent to me that I'd like to read for your consideration.
Yep.
So from Mickey Rowland on the main house changes and connector. Roof walk is too long. Width of roof walk is not dimensioned and it appears to be wide. 6 over 1 windows are not appropriate for this location. Front vestibule addition detracts from the traditional historic form. Shutters are welcome, but not this cottagey style. 4-unit slider will be very visible for Warren Street and is not appropriate. The connector is very suburban type of element. It does not conform to the norms of additive massing. There are very few, if any, similar connectors in the Old Historic District. The doors with side lights in the connector is inappropriate. Sliding barn doors are okay on a detached outbuilding, but are not on the rear wing of a dwelling. The triple slider door behind them is also not appropriate. Removing windows on the west elevation of rear structure leaves that wall too unfenestrated. Mold windows on the east and west elevations are inappropriate. Recommendations: make roof walk narrower and shorter, change windows to 6/6 or 12/12s, remove the front vestibule addition, change shutters to more traditional louvered or paneled shutters, change 4-unit slider to a single door with single windows, eliminate the connector and propose an alternative, change the connector door to a 9 light, remove sliding barn doors on rear wing and change the triple sliding doors behind them, keep existing windows on the west elevation of the rear section, and change the mold windows on the east and west to singles. Comment from Mr. McLeod, roof walk skirt, tongue and groove roof walk skirt, creates a monolithic effect, exacerbating the large scale of the new roof walk. My recommendation is to have vertical spaced boarding. Okay, I think that was that one. And from Mr. Merbergen, the basic form is typical to the island. The roof line change will make building taller on a street of small scale structures. If replacing the roof structure may be a shallower pitch. Enclosed front entry, though not common, is a feature seen on some older homes in the core district, so no concerns there. If the 6/1 windows are up for discussion, I prefer them to be 6/6. And then one other, on the main house, on the application, hardscaping is not checked off under description of work to be performed, yet hardscaping materials, crushed stone and bluestone are listed below. You indicated that you're going to be providing a hardscaping plan. Also, hardscaping is bubbled on the plot plan. Hardscaping should not be included in this application, but be under a separate new application. Got that. Roof walk is too large. Should be kept existing size, which is consistent with the Pleasant Street end of the street. No skirt. Front door bump out inappropriate. Front door design inappropriate. Shutter style not typical for in town, especially in the back. Oh, in black, excuse me. Garage doors and sliding doors, black, question mark. Recommend natural to weather. Box in the meter and then a question mark on the AC unit. Those are the comments on this application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good God. Wow.
Well, they all came from separate members.
Everybody wrong by what they just said, but that's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Again.
Okay, once again, I just want to remind everyone, Carrie is the one sitting on these new street applications. Diane, did you want to say something?
No, I was just making a pin to him. I agree with what they've all said, because basically much of it was what I was going to say, to make the roof walk smaller, unmull the windows. I can't see what elevation that is because this gets any smaller. I will. But they should be single. They shouldn't be mulled. I would prefer a regular entry because of the size and the place where the house is. I would prefer a regular Nantucket door, front door, and with got more trim around it than the existing, but not with the extra heavy thing. I don't know whether on the dormers, whether they have to come down to meet the eave line. The dormers that I can see.
Diane. Sorry, that's an existing
It
condition.
is.
Yep.
That's all right. I'm just trying to I took a bunch of notes on this for you. I agree with the shutters, that they just be the old-fashioned shutters to go with the old-fashioned house. And how do you get into the roof walk? Do we need the skirt, or can we do like it was?
I really want the skirt. I don't like the thin, spindly legs personally, and there's so many around there that have a skirt, so I can. But I can do the gap. That
Okay.
My intention is to have the gap.
I'm not saying that you can't have it. I'm just saying that I think that the roof walk has to be smaller because it sort of overwhelms the house. And I do like the 6/6s rather than the 6/1s, if you're picking the windows out. So I don't know. I haven't formed an opinion of what putting the garage and the house together with that walk-in. I'd have to go look at it, I guess, to see whether it, I thought it worked well. It's hard just to take it off the top of your head. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
For the time being.
All right. Thank you very much, Diane. How about you, Val?
I agree with some of the things that have been said, maybe the 6/6 windows. I do think the roof walk is too large. Typically it's a third of the roof. So that should be scaled back. What is the roof material, Andrew? Is it going to be wood or asphalt?
Wood.
Okay, so a skirt that's natural to weather might work in your favor.
Yeah, I agree, Bill. Yep.
I agree with the comments about the shutters. Those are sort of kind of beachy, cottagey shutters. So the house itself sort of commands something a little more formal. I'm not really feeling one strong way or another about the entrance. The bank of 4 doors on the north rear, I do think are going to be seen. So you'd probably be better off having French doors and some windows or whatever. The connector piece, I don't think is going to be very discernible. If you look at the photographs from Warren Street, looking back where the garage already is, it's set in a little bit from the garage, correct?
That's correct, Val. Yeah.
So I think just changing that door to read as more of a mudroom door rather than a French door with side lights. And on the other side, if you change that mold window to a single, it's not going to hurt you looking at your layout. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Val. Abby.
I was going to ask a question for starters. Is off the back, in the back, the dormer, is that existing or are you adding that?
The dormer on the main house, Abby, I'm removing and just doing a clean gable, getting rid of the salt box. That okay, exactly, yes. Holly. That's getting removed.
Could you bring that down further from the roof line so it doesn't look like it's coming right off the ridge line?
But wait,
I'm getting rid of that. Yeah.
Abby, so if you're talking about the dormer that you see in the lower left-hand photo or drawing right now, that's the existing. So he's changing that. He's lifting up the plate so that it's going to become a full 2-story gable.
Okay. All right. Good. Good. So yeah, I have some confusing thoughts. First of all, I don't think the shutters are appropriate, especially in a sort of a charcoal black. I actually prefer the original layout of the windows and the size of the windows, which I think are 12 over 12s maybe, or
they are. Yeah.
So I have seen the bump out for a front door. There's one up on Academy Hill that that actually adds interest to the house, and with the little windows on either side, I think it works. So I'm a little all over the place here, but anyway, yeah, I think people have said enough about the roof walk. I think the connector, here's your chance to do Andrew Kotchin, and I don't see it. You didn't come to the table. It looks like, a normal connector there.
Well, I wasn't going to dare come with a flat roof in the old historic district and get my head taken off.
But I would make the connector very exciting. It's going to be fun to go through there and into the garage.
It's a mudroom.
It's a mudroom. It's a mudroom. That's it.
Well, it just looks typical, and I expect to always to see a bit of flair with you. So I
have a wife, so
Well, anyway, very confusing thoughts from me. I'm sorry, but that's what I have.
I get it. All.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. You have me all confused now. Carrie.
I think adding 4 feet to the height of this building with such a huge roof walk is a lot. I think the massing of it is a lot bigger than anyone has said yet, because on the side elevations, you're going to be seeing it coming down New Street and then back up Warren. It just seems like programmatically, I don't think it's changing a lot of giving you a lot more space, but it sure is adding a lot of mass to the building. And I feel like the original elevation with the 12/12s and the simplicity of it, it looks aged. It looks like an old building. And I think all that's going away now with the shutters and the 6/1s. And I think it's a shame, because New Street is a really subtle little street with some cute little buildings and some weird little buildings. And I feel like this is all of a sudden a really substantial building on this street, and that worries me a little bit. So I would sort of hope that you could look again at the window type, obviously the shutters, the roof. It's wood, I guess but that to me stands out as a big change in this little neighborhood street. And the roof walk is just way too big. Sorry. I don't mind the rear connector nor the garage. I think those are more characteristic of Warren Street. So those don't speak to me negatively at all. That's all.
The garage is there.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think what he's done to them are more appropriate for that little street anyways, but that extra mass it seems large to me on that street, because I would like to see, I want to drive down it again, see if there are any massive tall buildings, but that's all for now.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. So here are the few things that I think are, for me, the largest issues. I think everyone agrees on the length of the roof walk. And I'm happy to hear that you're spacing the boards out. I think that the quad slider unit is a problem. Did you say the shutters were going to be black?
No. They're not going to be black. They're going to be gray.
Like, I thought somebody said dark gray. Because when they first read off the colors, it was like...
No, trim color is supposed to be like Quaker gray. Maybe it's wrong on here. I don't...
Okay. Well, Quaker gray, yeah. I just had heard black or, something.
No, I misunderstood.
Doors are black and sashes.
Yeah.
The sash is black?
Well, I'm thinking of going gray now, just a darker gray, gray on gray.
I would definitely prefer that. I mean...
Yeah, I'm not black.
Black windows, but I think it's definitely getting, way overused these days. So That's an issue. I happen not to mind those batten shutters the way you've drawn them, but I think I'm in the minority on that. Those are my main issues. So should we hold this for some revisions?
I make a motion to
All
hold
right.
for a revision.
Okay, thanks for the motion, Diane. On that, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now we're going to look at something.
The guest house.
Yeah, I guess that's what that is. Revisions to something. Well, why don't you just tell us what it is?
Yeah. So the interesting thing about this guest house, that really what I'm doing is it has this asymmetrical dormer on the street elevation, and an entry that is actually non-conforming and sticks over the property line. So what I would like to do is I would like to equalize the dormer, which I think is a fairly straightforward one, and everybody just can envision 6/6 windows, because I'm happy to do that, although I don't like cleaning them, but I'll do it. I'm proposing to get rid of the entry on Warren Street because of the fact that it's a non-conforming condition with the front stoop and it's literally on the road, and just have an entrance on the side. And then I'm adding some larger French doors as well. So you can see here what it looks like when you get rid of the door on the street. I know that's sort of not a typical thing, but I think it's actually appropriate on sort of the back side of a property, and on Warren, which is far more of a rural street than New Street is. I thought it was kind of a good look. And again, I'm going to plant everything, so you're not going to see the doors, but I understand the board will make a comment on that. But so those are kind of the changes, really. The adding of the dormer and the getting rid of the entry, and then all new windows.
All right. Thank you. HSAB.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Revisions, concerns, 6/1 windows are not appropriate for this neighborhood. Removing the front door facing Warren Street leaves this dwelling without a noticeable front door. Triple French doors will be very visible from New Street, not appropriate. Replacing swinging doors on west elevation with a slider is not appropriate in the Old Historic District. Horizontal boards on outdoor shower are inappropriate. Recommendations: change to 6/6 windows, retain the front door on Warren Street, change triple French to a single door and 2 single windows, change slider to swinging doors, and change outdoor shower boards to vertical. Secondary structure, 3 gang sliders, too much. Box in meter, ? On the AC. And then no concerns on this structure as long as full light doors are minimally visible. And then horizontal boarding of outdoor shower, extremely atypical and highly visible. My recommendation is to have vertical boarding. Those are the comments on this application, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, board members. Gonna pick somebody.
I think it's all pretty straightforward. With the 6/6 windows to match the house and, mitigate the slider. I'm not sure how I feel about moving the door, because this isn't an old house, and I'm trying to think, there are some real quirky things going on there. Is it possible to move that door you're proposing on the side, like so it's closer to Warren Street, like right around the corner? I see there's a landing to the stair there, but if it was kind of there, it would still read like that's the door. So I don't know. I'm indifferent about that.
Okay.
It's pretty typical, everything else.
All right. Thanks, Val. Diane.
I agree. I don't know what to do with the front door as such. On the, what is it? The, can't see which application is, which elevation is it that you have 2 windows on the left-hand side of the elevation, both bubbled.
That's the street elevation, Diane.
Okay, for
So the
Warren.
one below it is the existing, and the one above it is the proposed.
Okay. Well, I think the proposed is better. That's the upper one, right?
Yes, correct.
I think that's better than the lower one for what I think. I think you got one panel windows, front doors, whatever you want to call it. Is there a reason for that, Andrew, or
The existing has the one panel. The ones I'm proposing are 15 light doors.
Okay, that's good.
On the top.
15.
Yep.
And you put a little window in next to the chimney, right?
Correct. Yep.
That's good. Well, I think with what has been mentioned here and there that is a little out, I think this is a particularly good building. I think it fits in with all the funny little things on Warren Street and New Street, both, because they seem to back up to each other. And I don't have any major problem at this time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
I'm fine with it. Everything's been said. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Oops, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I actually think the street elevation is a lot better. I think Warren Street has some funky buildings and you can't see all the front doors, and this is a typical little cottage. I'm fine with this. Hello?
Make a
I think we
motion.
lost. Yeah, did we lose Ray?
Oh, we did?
Oh
Yeah,
my
something
God.
got cut off. Something weird
I feel
happened.
like everything got cut off for a minute, but
Yeah,
maybe
there was like some weird like
Oh my
NCTV
God.
thing.
Diane, take over. We were just about to discuss
Okay.
it.
Well, so can I get a motion to like approve as submitted?
I
The
would
6/6 windows. The
I
6/6.
would make a motion to approve this application with 6/6 windows and to change the triple slider to
To a
just
double.
to a double, which is more typical.
All right. That's good. Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
me, I'm an I, and I don't think that Stephen was in on this one.
No,
So
Ray was, but he
Madam
got,
Chair, this is
Yes?
Kathy. Ray lost power. He's trying to get back on.
Okay, we'll just continue
We'll keep going.
willy-nilly.
He can't make
Yep.
this
We'll
stuff
just-
up.
No, you can't.
Oh, the next thing is.
The next thing is the studio,
Okay,
which
the
is
new
a
studio.
yeah, which is a fairly straightforward structure. 1-story structure on Warren Street. There's really only one elevation that will have visibility to it because it's butt up pretty tight against the Murray's structure. So it's got you can go to it. Yeah.
I
So
see.
that's it. Can you zoom in, Holly, on the rear elevation has no windows in it. It butts up to the Murray's building. The street elevation is the north elevation that has a sliding barn door that will slide over to the window and then has a door behind it, glass door behind it. But most of the time when I'm not there, it would obviously be closed like that. And then the rest of it, I think, is fairly straightforward. The west elevation that is the triple mold window. It's all going to be hedged in. I don't think you're going to have any visibility to that. And I obviously want to have a lot of light in there. So that's all I have to say.
Is that going to be your studio, a real studio?
It's going to be my studio, a real studio. Yes.
Which elevation was on Warren?
The south, that one with the sliding barn door, Abby. So I'm trying to match the look of the sliding barn door that's on the garage. to try to tie it all together.
Well, what's
But that will be
behind
fully
when it's
visible.
open?
That will be visible.
It has sliding doors behind it, right?
Correct.
Sliding French doors on the street
Yeah.
side?
Oh,
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a problem.
Madam Chair, I do have comments from HSAB.
Okay, well, now let's just comment on
All
it.
right, thank you, Madam Chair. So concerns, triple window unit is not appropriate. Windows should not be molded in this neighborhood. Sliding glass doors behind the barn door is right on Warren Street and will be very visible. Oh, here's Ray. I'll let him in. Sliders are not appropriate in the old historic district, and even French doors facing the street are not appropriate. Recommendation, separate the windows, change sliding door to a more traditional door. And general comments on this application: three ganged windows, highly visible and proportionally out of scale with gable mass. Rolling door with sliders behind it is not appropriate, highly visible. Recommend a standard door on that elevation since it addresses the street. Appreciate the scale of the structure and the density to similar in the neighborhood context. You did get that boy. It is difficult to figure out how this building is oriented. Barn door facing street, ? French doors behind door, right on street, not appropriate. Sliding barn door black, ? I'm not sure where the black's coming from. Recommended natural to weather. Box and meter, ? On the AC unit. Those are their comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, does
I'll make a
anybody want?
stab at it, Diane.
Okay.
So, like, I understand you've obviously thought about this a zillion times, but I'm wondering if you flipped it so the sliding, do whatever you want so that it faces inside your own house,
Property.
and then put something on the Warren Street that's more appropriate, a window configuration that just looks like any other building you're going by. That's what I would do. And I think you're going to love the south sunlight. It'll be inspiring.
That's my goal.
More inspiration from you would be, I'm not sure. So those are my thoughts. I'd like to see more traditional on the Warren Street side.
Okay. Let's see. Carrie, you're still on this one, being it's all new street, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then tell me what you want.
I just think the French doors on the north elevation on the street side are not a good idea, even if they are behind the barn door. But I do like the barn door. It's too bad that that's the north, because that's your really best light to work by.
Right.
The three windows on the end, how are they going to be seen?
Yeah, there's a path between buildings there.
It's really not very visible, and you're heading up Warren Street the other way. So
you are heading up Warren Street, and I just wonder if the hedges can wrap around a little bit to give you a little pathway in, so you can hedge. Because there are a lot of little places on Warren that are hedged and sort of hidden behind things, and if you just sort of wrap the hedge around that, you can hide those windows.
No, you can't. I don't think you can hide them. I don't like them, so you can't hide them.
But what about some high windows along the south, just some half sash, because you're right on the close to the property line, but that would give you more light when you're leaving from the north.
I think you're right, Carrie. I might have to do that. Yeah.
Series of high ones. You can still have your desks and stuff.
Yeah, because the west light is not as good as north light. So
then you got to get in there.
Right.
So I guess you have to regular.
I'm not sure about that north light.
I think we should just let Andrew make some revisions and come back to it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Idea.
How about having a motion to hold for revisions?
I'll come back with a second story. It's a good idea.
Okay. Carrie.
Aye.
Aye. Abby.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Val.
Aye.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all we got, right?
Thank you all very
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you for taking over, Diane. I'm sorry, my cord was not plugged all the way in and all of a sudden my computer just went off. Well, there we are. So I have 2% charge. That should get me through. Okay, now we're on to old business, 14 Lowell Place. Board on this, myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Matthew?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
All right.
I can just jump right into it with your permission.
Yes.
Okay, so we're all familiar with this project. The last meeting, there were 3 very specific requests from the board, and we've done all of them. I'd start on the east elevation if I could.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Holly makes it a little bigger so we see better. Huh?
Okay.
Please.
There we go.
Sure. So the connector piece, if you will, in the center of that east elevation, we actually dropped the pitch significantly, which was again, specific request. I also dropped the height of the ridge of the secondary additive mass, the 1-story piece, which is clouded on that dimension string. Across the board, we actually took all of the header heights of all the doors and windows and dropped them by 4 inches. That's all the way around the entire house. Just aesthetically, we, on the second floor of that main mass, we shifted the windows in by about 12 inches. It just looked a little bit better, we thought. You can see on the second floor, the right side of the east elevation, we've shallowed the pitch of the shed dormers, which was, again, a specific request from the board. They were previously steeper and terminating closer to the ridge, so that has been remedied. Again, on the west elevation, all those changes that I just spoke of are equally relevant. On the south elevation, we, again, window changes, dormer pitch changes, and the omission of the transom dormer on the south elevation. I think that was a specific request from Val. So again, this has been an incredibly long and, I'm sure challenging road for everybody. We literally have done everything the board has asked throughout the entire process. So I hope with these changes, we will be able to get an approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Let's see.
I'll go. Can I go?
Well, hang on. HSAB first.
Yes, Mr. Chair. HSAB took a look at this on March 29th. As Matt had said, he's dropped the header height, changed the dormer, omitted the transom dormers. And we did have abutters in attendance as we've had throughout this whole process. And they appreciate changes. It's more in keeping with the neighborhood was one of the comments. From HSAB, there was a comment about colors. No black door, but an Essex green would be preferable. This is a long way effort. Okay with it. More like a cottage. Appreciate the movement, significant viewing changes on the southeast elevation on the corner, the porch in the low scale with the front door. Appreciate that. Concerns with the size fitting with the neighborhood. That was only one negative comment, I think, from the HSAB. Height issue with the plate, come down a foot on the north, with the eave and the meeting rail not aligned. Drop eave line by 1 foot on the subordinate mass, which I think the eave already did, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. And those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Holly. Now, anticipating that maybe there are some people here that want to speak on this application before I open it up to the board. If anyone wants to speak on this application, what you would like to do is unmute and announce yourself for the record.
Yes, I'm Jeff Marsh, 10 Lowell Place.
Okay.
These changes, in my opinion, are de minimis. Mr. McEachran said that he's addressed 3 specific requests. One of them from the 3 2016 meeting by Commissioner Oliver said we ought to reduce this footprint by 400 to 500 square feet. This has been reduced by 68 square feet. I don't think that that is significant in the least. And I just have to keep coming back to the articles and building in Nantucket, that this is not in harmony with the bungalows on the street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Unmute and
Yes.
there you go.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Victoria Rakov, 12 Lowell Place. So there were 3 comments actually that Mickey Rowland made at the end of the HSAB meeting that were very specific that I really, really appreciated and would like to restate. He requested a lowering of the plate height in the main mast from 26 to 25 feet. And he did address an issue around the fact that that will have some effect on a bathroom in the house, but that he felt it could be addressed simply by moving the toilet by approximately a foot, a little less than a foot. He also made a request to lower the plate height of the subordinate mast, sort of the middle mast as it telescopes back from the northern elevation, that he felt that that middle mast should be about a foot lower or so than the main mast, and that actually has not been done. I know that the plate height of the part that comes around the front was lowered, but not that middle mast. And then he also mentioned that on the front of the house, if you lower the main plate height, that the gable, the small gable window would be very cramped, and he recommended removing that window. And I thought all of those would actually be really positive changes. So I just wanted to restate that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yep, Mr. Chair, Xander Farkas, 9 Barnabas and 20 Woodbury Lane. I think I'll keep it relatively simple. I've heard this board and the HSAB and the neighbors request again and again to bring the height down, and I think it still stands rather tall. And I'd like to see that reduced to be more in character with the houses around it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Anyone
Chair,
else? I heard 2
I think I would like to speak, just since 2 of the non-abutting neighbors have spoken, and the only abutting one would be Mrs. Rakoff.
Oh, Mark, is that you?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
go
Chair.
ahead.
Hi,
Yep.
thank you. And I'd also just like to say that, I thought we had a great meeting last time. We were asked to do specific things, which on every single meeting we've done. And so we reduced what we needed to. We did what we were asked to do. And I thought we had a great meeting. We did exactly what the board asked us to do. And I'm hoping for an approval tonight because I don't know what else there is to do. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I think we'll move it along to the board. Once again, it's myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. And Diane, were you about to speak before I went to HSAB? You may be muted.
Barking. Hi. No, I'll follow along. I'd like to see what other people suggest because I am not all that technically sure when you drop the plate height that we can bring the building down just a little bit, which would be my thought.
Well, so I want to make a point. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Victoria said, drop the plate from 26 to 25. That was actually the ridge. But I think the idea is that if you drop the plate and you keep the roof pitch the same, that the ridge would drop by the same amount. So that was that. But do you want me to go to somebody else, Diane?
Yeah, go there first and I will
okay.
listen.
That's fine. Val, how about you? You ready?
Sure. I appreciate the changes that were made and simplified, especially taking the transom away. I don't disagree with the comment about the secondary mass dropping just slightly so that there's that differentiation as you're looking at the building going from front to back. And I think for me, just overall, it's a volumetric situation that I just feel like volumetrically still too large, but the changes are appreciated.
Okay, but you're still, it sounds like we're looking for.
And it's not height, it's just.
Oh, it's not.
Volume. It's not height, it's volume.
Okay. Not height, other than the fact that you want to see that middle mass kind
Well,
of.
that's only just to give it that differentiation that we.
I understand. I'm just.
Yeah.
Everybody gets what your message is. Okay, that's it, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen? Stephen?
Is he here?
He is. I'm looking at his picture. He's muted. I don't have the ability to tell him.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, guys and gals.
Yeah.
Matt, I appreciate the changes. Looking at your east elevation, I think reducing the connector between what used to be the garage that has been downsized substantially is also helpful. I think at 26 foot tall, given the distance from the Lowell Place proper, this is an appropriate height. You know, it goes without saying that we all appreciate the changes, the simplification to a more traditional trim style package, and I think it makes it. I think it makes it successful. On your east, your west, no additional comments there. Your south, I appreciate the changes. Your north, I don't disagree with the comments with respect to the volume, perhaps downsizing the connector, but I got to stress that this is not a visible elevation directly. It is filtered through a couple of homes on Woodbury Lane, which is another neighborhood that has street trees and copious landscaping front and back. So I am not, although I would prefer that it would be different, I certainly am not going to hold up the application on that. I don't think it would be appropriate to do so, given our comments at the last meeting. And I guess the last comment I would have is actually in the form of a question through you, Mr. Chair. Matt, two questions. What was the initial height, do you recall, of the main structure?
It was under 30 feet. I want to say like close to 29. I think it was like 29.6. It was clearly a significantly taller building.
Okay. And then the in addition to downsizing the garage slightly, the overall structure was moved further back from Lowell Place, some 15 or 20 feet.
From the original submission, somewhere in that range. Yeah, I'd say like closer to 10, maybe not quite 15, between 10 and 15.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. These were my recollections, but this has been a long time coming. And lastly, I would just say, Matt, let's start with this one on the next one to begin with.
Yeah, no, clearly. Like I said, we covered that at the.
All right, thanks a bunch, guys.
Okay. Well said, Stephen. Okay, Diane, are you ready? I think you're muted.
There we
Right.
go.
There
I
you go.
appreciate what's been done. It certainly is less impressive than when it was first presented to us. The only thing that I have feeling about that does perhaps not fit in is that north elevation. But I've been looking at them. I took notes. I have pictures of it. I don't know how it can be reduced. If it could be reduced, that's the one that I am. I think he's gotten the front so it fits into the neighborhood. If it was 3 feet or 2 feet shorter, I would be even happier. But it gets down to what he can do and can't do. So I don't know. I would be interested to hear what the vote would be. But the north elevation is the elevation that hits me the most. And, but I certainly appreciate both the design and whatever that Matt has done, because what we started with was much more than we could deal with. It has come back into being a more suitable house for the area. So there you are.
So Diane, can I just ask you back to the north elevation?
Yeah.
When you were talking about a reduction, you were talking about a reduction in length, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Because also discussed was the idea of more of a differential between the main mass height and the secondary mass height, which right now is probably 6 inches, maybe.
Right. I didn't think that would work I just didn't think that would work.
That's right. Yeah. Well, so, okay. Thank you, Diane. So,
Mr. Chair, could I offer a suggestion that might address some of the smaller lingering issue?
Yeah.
I was just going to suggest, if I could, is on the north elevation, the secondary additive mass, I could drop that plate like an additional 6 inches so that the break is more significant, if that helps.
That's exactly what
that would be wonderful. That would make it, because when you won't see that when you drive by, you won't see the whatever it is, 6 inches. Now if you could drop it down further, that would be perfect.
Yeah, because this sort of gratuitous 6-inch drop between those two ridges that was the only thing that I was really having a major issue with. Now, Stephen, I believe, was correct in saying that is going to be, very, very limited visibility. However, just in terms of the aesthetics of it, I would love to see that drop down. So if you're offering that up, you've satisfied my largest. Was that you, Stephen?
I was just going to add to your comment with a so moved, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
Approval as submitted, subject to reducing the north from, as seen from the north elevation, the plate height 6 inches through staff.
Well, okay. I think we're talking about the middle mass on the north.
The middle mass.
Yeah, I'm calling it a connector between the primary mass and that kind of a tertiary.
Okay. So I'm not suggesting dropping the main mass. I'm just suggesting dropping the second
middle
mass, which is the middle. Okay, by 6 inches, both the plate and the ridge would drop. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that is your motion, Stephen?
It is.
Okay, so let's try out that motion. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Okay, good. Val?
No.
Okay, Stephen?
I'm an aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you
for
everyone.
offering that, Matt.
Yeah,
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you. I know it's been a long journey, and thank you.
Certainly been. Okay, thanks. Next up, we have Brooke at 11 Mill Hill. Board on this, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order. I have no comment on the application. I am indicated as recused, but I want to clarify for future business if something comes up on this property. I have not recused. I did step away from the meeting at one point. So just so that's on the record. Thank you.
Kathy, Terry, if we could just make a point of amending that the next time. Thank you. Okay, so Brooke, are you there?
I am.
All right, let's go on the new second dwelling at 11 Mill Hill.
All right. So there was a lot of comment about the building being too large. The first time around, this was the original submission. This is the reduced submission. As you can see, it's quite a bit
Well, actually,
different.
what we can,
I don't see it.
Oh, sorry.
Really
I need to share it. I need to share.
Go for it.
well, ordinarily we're doing it from this side, but
Sorry.
you could theoretically screen share if you want to.
All right.
Okay.
So let's see. So this was the original structure
Oh,
proposed.
yeah, right.
And
Yep.
this is the reduced structure. The pool also got reduced as well. That's a separate application. Here is the floor plan. Here is the relative size of the house and the cottage. Here's two other views. This is from the rear, which you probably won't see because there's a house there. And this is the view more or less towards Dead Horse Valley right there. So I think, I mean, it's by half and then some.
It's not a second dwelling anymore.
It's no longer a second dwelling
It looks like a studio at best.
at best. Yep.
Okay, is that it, Brooke?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. HSAB.
They're not on this.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, it's outside the ROH.
This is
Outside
in
the
the
blue
old,
line.
yep, this is outside.
Okay, all right. Well, it is what it is. So I see a number of people, names in the queue. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this application? If so, please unmute and announce your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ferguson. We're the abutter at 2 Old Mill Court.
Okay.
And we like the one-story pool house, but request that the AC unit be moved from the shared property side of the structure to the conservation land side. If
I can do that.
Pardon me, thank you. And we trust the HDC's judgment on pool size and if landscaping and hardscaping is appropriate for the lot and the neighborhood. So we won't have any comments on that.
Okay, thank you. But so Brooke, did I just understand, did you say that you would be able to move that AC unit?
Yeah.
As a neighborly gesture?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Anyone else want to speak on this application? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the board then. Board members, you know who you are. Who would like to start?
I will.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Bravo. That's my comment.
Okay. I think that says it all. Okay, anyone else? Carrie, Abby?
I'm with
Diane?
Val.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Abby? Diane, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, what do you think?
I think it's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Abby? Did we lose Abby?
She's there. She's just muted.
I'm so sorry. I've been saying I love it. So
Okay, well, that's some code word in some movie.
yeah, Naked Gun.
Yeah, Naked Gun, exactly. Okay, so it sounds like we might have liftoff now. I would like to make, just to formalize, I would like to have as part of the motion that we're moving the AC units to the other side.
Yep, to the east elevation.
The east elevation. If somebody could give me that motion.
Motion to approve with the AC units moving to the
East side.
east side of the structure.
Correct. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, that's one. And now 11 Mill Hill Pool and Hardscape, same board. Have you anything to say about this one, Brooke?
Yep, just this was the original right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new one, and I'll do like a quick little animation.
Wait a minute, it's bad.
Oh, yeah, just showing
Yeah, this is what was, this is what is.
grassy knoll. Boy,
I know, that makes me think of somebody
that's
getting shot.
ominous.
Well, that is, it was not unintentional.
I won't ask into that one, but anyway. Okay, Brooke, thank you. We don't have HSAB. Okay. Any neighbors on this one? Anyone who would like to speak on this application? Unmute and identify yourself for the record.
Sandra.
Okay, so that's Angus, and he has a few words. All right, it doesn't sound like anyone has anything to say on this, so I'm going to turn it over to the board. Okay.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Boy, okay, I will go on that motion. If anyone has anything that they want to say on that motion, I'll listen certainly, but so a motion has been made. So Carrie.
Aye.
All right, Abby.
I would have liked to shave more off the pool, so I'm a nay.
Okay, let's see where this goes. Diane.
I will go with a nay on the pool also.
Oh, okay. So Val, you made that motion, right?
I'm a yay.
Yeah, and I'm in. So that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're at 71R Cliff Road.
And I'm not on any three of these three.
Okay. All
I
right.
wasn't here, I think.
You're not going anywhere, right? Because we're gonna. Okay, so, the board
I'm
on.
going on a break.
Oh yeah, go on a break, but come back because we're gonna have a lot more than these three to talk about tonight. Okay, so Diane on this, Abby, Stephen, Carrie. Actually, there's 3 applications on this, same board on all 3. So, Brooke, go.
All right. The general concerns were just the amount of landscaping that was being covered, the size of the pool, the deck size.
Excuse me, sorry, Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, we're at the new dwelling right now. So if you could just talk about what you did to the new.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so this was the original proposal right here, with all the covered porches.
Yeah.
And you can see it's been reduced by quite a bit out front, so there's a lot more yard visible from the street. Here are the elevations as they're proposed. Here's how they were for the front. So again, proposed. And then as we go around to the rear, this is what was proposed. And this is what has been revised based on comments from last time. I have some perspective drawings and as well as some topo drawings. So I'm going to just scroll through those. That's previous. It's current. Previous.
Brooke, it would be really nice to have these guys side by side so we could get a visual.
Okay.
No, don't do a video.
I don't know that I can do that with this situation.
We can talk without it.
I'm just saying in the future, Brooke.
Yep.
Okay, continue.
All right, and
Okay.
someone's talking in the background.
Yeah, somebody needs to.
Who's whispering?
I know. I think they're muted.
Sorry, it was just a little distracting. I'm sorry.
Great.
So one of the concerns that Mr. Welch had raised prior was just the elevation, the infill elevation, and he said that he would be happy with 36.5 feet, which I've done. And as you can see, this building is definitely, it's smaller again than what was approved at 69R. It's definitely smaller than what is over at 1 Hamlin Road, which are the nearest buildings. And then you know, obviously there's some one-story structures on Cliff Road, but this is, I think, well away from Cliff Road and definitely concealed by a lot of vegetation. But I definitely took, you know, definitely listened in terms of the concern. I also reduced the size of this bump out to the right of the building. Again, you can see that here, and now there's a wall break where there wasn't one. So I've made a lot of small changes, which I think have added up to a significantly less impression on the landscape and the context. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Remind me, do we have HSAB on this or is it outside?
This is outside.
Outside. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to neighbors. Neighbors, unmute and announce yourself for the record, and we can hear you.
Hi, Ethan Griffin, 68 or 69 Cliff. Thank you, Brooke. I do disagree a little bit with the amount of reductions. It seems that we took off a wrapping porch that had negligible programmatic use to begin with. And then the mass that was reduced really was brought in about a foot, but most significantly, it was flipped to be set away from the front elevation versus the back. So I don't really see that there's been a significant change here. I also, just to address the grade, I still think that there's a way to put a house on this lot that doesn't involve bringing in up to 3 feet of fill on the entire lot. You know, there's a solution there. I'm sure Brooke can work through it, but I don't know that, basically bringing a significant amount of fill is the solution for this lot. And we do recognize that certainly that, a house can exist here, but the proportion of this house, even with the minor reductions, relation to the size of the lot, I think is an important thing to keep considering for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Anyone else?
Sure. I'm Merrill Braylauer. I'm at 1 Hamblin.
Okay.
I would say the same thing as Ethan. The changes are de minimis, as somebody said before. And what I would tell you is that it's not really fair to compare 1 Hamblin, my house, which is on a much bigger lot, or the Padiers, which are behind them, which have much more land and have a lot more space around the houses. So that's not really an accurate representation. So that's our comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
This is Karen Padier at 69R. You have to turn yours off.
There you go.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things. One of the things that was discussed last time was about the way the house is on the lot. And if you look at all the abutting houses, we kind of go against one of the borders of the lot and not spread out across the entire lot. And so I was just wondering why nothing had been kind of addressed in the new plan for that.
Is that it?
Also, the mass of the building on the lot, and to echo Merrill's comments before about, again, our lots are much bigger. There was also a comment made that this would not be visible from Cliff Road. I think it will be visible from Cliff Road from Ethan's comment about filling 3 feet plus doing a multi-story house behind a single-story house that will definitely be viewable from Cliff Road.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I want to just point something out to everyone because it's been mentioned a few times by a few different people. Can we go to that section that shows the amount of fill? Ethan, I believe you said that the whole site was being filled 3 feet. We have a low point of elevation 34, and now we have grade at elevation 36.5. That's 2.5 feet, but that's only in the middle of the lot. As you progress to the outer edges of the lot, it goes basically to zero. So it's not filling the entire lot 3 feet by any far stretch of the imagination.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Is that you, Ethan?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's certainly fair. I do acknowledge that it does taper up. I would hope that some of the board members would have had a chance to go look at the lot, because the drawing shows it in one sort of section or cut through. But I do feel that if you saw the amount of fill that's going to need to be brought in there, in sort of a 3D view, it would help understand the magnitude of what this is proposing, essentially.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Heather, yeah, I'm Heather Lamb at 73 Cliff. I'm also concerned with because I'm very low with the height of the fill and the drain off. So I just want to go on record that I commented on that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, I think at this point I'm going to turn it over to the board. Would anyone care to begin on this application? If
I'll
not,
go, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thanks, Stephen.
Sure. Okay, so bear with me. I want to, Brooke, there's a lot of drawings in here. Start with the site plan. I do appreciate cutting back the mass of the covered porch away from the, I guess it's your northern property line border. So that helps. And I think eliminating the covered porch does help with a sense of massing with respect to the overall structure. I do think that I think it would be helpful on your east elevation, a couple down. Yeah. The secondary, really a tertiary mass on the rightmost before the hip roof porch. I think that if you could drop that another foot on your eave and your ridge, that would be helpful. I'm looking at your north elevation. I understand that might be programmatic, but your number 3 windows do look a little bit over tall. So I think that would be helpful. And on your east elevation, 2 more drawings down to your west elevation. Brooke, if you'd be so kind if you do these where you're not putting the prior proposal, well, in any event, if you could number the sheets, it'd be very helpful in this medium here on Zoom. If we could go down to, yeah, there we go. The west elevation, I have less concerns with respect to visibility. So that mass I was talking about, that would be on the east. If the roof line changes so that it's no longer coplanar with the roof plane with the dormer, I'm fine either way. And if we go to your, I think that's it for the elevations. On the with respect to the grading, I believe the record will reflect that I had suggested if there was an arbitrary number of 37 or something being selected, that 36 might be just as good as opposed to 36 and a half. I think what I would suggest is it should be, the minimum with respect to not being below road height. So if your road height is 36, then 36.3 or 36.6, I guess would be okay. But if your road height is on average 35 feet, 36.6, you can come up with drainage solutions on the perimeter of the lot to pitch towards the street, and you'd have less fill. So I guess for you, Mr. Chair, I'd ask, Brooke, do you happen to know what the grade is at the road, the private way there?
Yes, it looks, according to this, it's almost 36. It's like 35.8. Okay, so we need a little bit of pitch upward.
Yeah, so my confusion with that is I thought the red was your proposed, not your
Oh, here's
actual.
34, here's 30, here's the 35 line right here. Yeah, there's the 35.
Yeah, so I
it's
think
probably,
36.
yeah, it's
Go ahead.
probably like 35 and a half. I mean, there's no spot elevation on this plan, so I can't say
Sure.
any certainty, but you know, we're talking like 6 inches above the road. So, you know, otherwise it's going to be in a pit.
Yeah, no, I get you. So I think if it's at 35, I would say 36 is appropriate because that helps to address any sense of height on the structure from the lane and its proximity up close to the lane. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot, Stephen. Anyone else?
Go.
Was that you, Carrie?
Yep.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead.
what Brooks done has really simplified the building and made it a little more elegant. All those porches tended to make it, I don't know, but it did open up some green space for the neighborhood. And I agree with Stephen, if you can get it to the 36 instead of the 37. Is that what you're at now, is 37?
I'm at 36 and a half, but I'll bring it to 36.
Yeah. I think it's a really good looking house, and I would be happy to have it in my neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie. Abby? Abby?
Sorry, I'm muted. I had some dogs over here.
Mm.
So I'm afraid I think it's still lot line to lot line, and the neighborhood, you know, when it's just the houses have more space around it, and it looks a little shoehorned in. It looks like, you know, you're maxing out the lot, which I sure you're not trying to do, but it sure.
Look at all that lawn, Abby.
Yeah, but you know, it's like a puzzle. It's like you've got this, so you can do that. And then on the north elevation, I don't quite understand the 4/4 windows or the where that see those 4/4s over the. I would like. There's a lot of different windows. I'd like to see a little more uniformity in the fenestration. And then lastly, there are a lot of returns on the gables, and the trim is pronounced, but there are no corner boards. And I don't, maybe it's just me, but when you have something that formal, like implying a pediment, I sort of see corner boards, but that's just me. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane? Diane?
She probably had barking dogs.
Somebody
There she is.
has muted me again. Yeah, again. The 4/4 windows that are on the north elevation, I don't mind the length of them, but they should be 6/6s, I think, because everything else on that elevation is. I think I'm looking at the site plan, the location or the width of the pool disturbs me. It is right on the property line.
Well, hang on. We're going to review the pool in a second. So we're on the house right now.
But I don't know. I think it is a little large for the area, that because it goes from property line to property line. Those cars, I guess, are over the property line, and I don't see. Are they going to be parked outside all the time, or are we going to get a garage that comes in? I think if there's a dip in the land there, if we bring it up to 36, which looks like a 35 over the road, it would be good, but they mentioned somewhere along that I saw that it needed some proposal for water distribution. I don't know where that is. I don't see anything of it. So I'd like to know more about what the cars are supposed to do. And I'll talk about the pool the next time. Okay?
Okay, well, we'll get to the pool. Yep. You'll
Yeah.
have a minute to do that very shortly. Okay, thanks, Diane. I want to, because it was brought up twice, I just want to talk about the so-called property line to property line. The property line is the black line, the solid black line. The setback line is the dashed line. Now, the setback, as we all know, is you have to stay within that, but this building is comfortably within that. On the north side, what is closest to the setback is an open porch, mudroom porch, and an exterior stair, which appears to be an encumbrance, but that's going to be at grade. And on the south side, what you have, in addition to 2 air conditioning units, is 2 window wells, but it's comfortably inside of the setback line, so it comes nowhere near the property lines. So I just want to say that for the record. I agree with the reduction in the grade that it sounds like Brooke has conceded to. I agree with the stepping down of the plate for the northernmost mass that I think Brooke may also have agreed to. I'm not sure. I also think that it's been pointed out by a number of commissioners, the 4/4s are very incongruous to the rest of the palette of windows in here. And I'd really like to see those. I'd like to see sort of the number of different window types condensed down so that there's more a more homogeneous palette of windows that we're looking at, particularly the 4/4s, which really kind of stand out. That's the extent of my comments on this. So can I have a motion from one of you fine people?
Mr. Chair, if I might interject for a second, please. Ethan Griffin.
Ethan, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to, because I don't know if it's come up. Can we look at the west? Is it the west elevation? Because I just want to, while we're talking about windows, it might be worth looking at the fenestration on that. I wasn't sure if those are glass doors along the bottom or if they were
solid. They look like sliders to me.
They're biparting sliders.
Thank you.
Is that Ethan? Is that it?
Correct. Yeah, I just wanted clarification. It just seemed a little atypical, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Would somebody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to hold for minor revisions as stated during the meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Stephen. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Bear with me for a second. Carrie, Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I am in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so that was the house. Now let's take a look at the studio. Same board, of course.
So this was the original. And there was a request to reduce the length and width, which would also reduce the height, which is what I did. So now it's a 12 by 16, basically a zoning shed at this point in terms of its footprint.
What was the dimensions before? What were the dimensions?
It was 12 by 18.
So 2 feet shorter.
Yep, that was the request from the prior meeting.
Checking, because again, it's nice to see the stuff side by side. That's it, Brooke?
That was the only request.
Okay. A I'm opening it up to the public. If anybody would like to speak on the studio or cabana, whatever we're calling this, unmute and identify yourself, please.
Ethan Griffin, I'll just go on the record. I don't have a problem with this structure from a point of an abutter, but.
Okay, that's nice of you to say. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, board members.
I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, Diane. Well, let's give that a try, see where it goes. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to approve. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
All right, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
So I'm sorry, I just wanted to see it, and it does the reduction, is it on the site plan now, the reduction in size? So I could see it in relationship to the other buildings?
Yeah, it's right there. 12 by 16.
Right, but so tell, maybe this is not what Abby's after, but where did the 2 feet come, which way did the 2 feet come out?
It was 2 feet in length, so it was pulled further away from the building to create more yard space.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Abby, does that answer your question?
And it does, and I'm afraid I'm gonna be a nay on this.
Okay, fair enough. That's your vote. Okay, let's see. Who did I miss? I missed somebody.
Me.
Oh yeah, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, now we're to the pool.
All right. Again, sorry about the lack of side by side, but just wanted to show here was the before. You can see that it occupied most of the yard. Oh, and we got rid of that deck around the studio. I forgot about that part.
Okay.
And then here is the proposal without the deck and the pool being shorter and also closer to the studio.
28 by 16 before, and now it's 24 by 16, right?
But it was also shifted further away from this property line towards the studio.
Oh, yeah.
So that was an 8-foot deck, and now there's like 6 feet of space.
So appreciably further north than the
Right. So it's, instead of 4 feet, it was like a 6-foot shift away from this property line.
Got it. All right. Thanks. Neighbors on this one.
Hello, the Braylauer. Oh, you go first, Ethan.
Sure. I again appreciate the reduction. I will say that it's still just contributing to kind of jamming a lot of stuff on the lot. And if you look at the other neighbors that have pools, and actually Brooke had a great GIS image in the last round where you could clearly see this. I don't know if he still got it on his computer, but the lots that have pools are significantly larger, and the pools are just smaller in relation to the overall size of the lot. So if there's some way you can compare that, Brooke, I don't know if if you can see the difference. It's probably not able to see directly, but I just want to point that out. The lots that have pools are significantly larger. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ethan. There was somebody else who wanted to
Yes, Heather Lamb again on 73 Cliff. I'm the most on top of the pool. The whole side of the pool is right up almost on my property line. And that's our living outside space, eating outside and so forth. So that's a big concern of noise, and I can see through and all the above. So I just want to express my concern about the pool on that property line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, the Braylauers have the same concern. That it's out of proportion to the lot size. All the lots in the neighborhood are far bigger than this one. And this pool is as big as other people's pools. And it's right on my lot line. So I feel like it's completely encroaching on me. Somebody had said to shift it, make it the other direction. That made more sense to me. It would help everybody in the neighborhood. And I would prefer to see it shifted to the house instead of right on top of the lot line for both Heather and for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from?
Hi, this is Halil Padir from 16.5 Cliff Road, one of the butters. We concur with our neighbors as well in terms of the size of the pool compared to the size of the lot being disproportional. It seems too big for the lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the board. Anyone care to begin on this one?
I'll begin because I got a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
The pool is the width of the 18 feet needs to be reduced.
It's 16 feet.
16, okay.
It's also not visible. Just going to throw that out there.
Okay, let Diane continue, please.
A case of being visible or not being visible. It's trying to make the house go around it. I don't know. I was thinking of Bud's house up on the old mill where he had an indoor pool and an outdoor pool, and the outdoor pool was closer to the house. Actually, it hung out under the porch roof like there is here. This is right on whatever line you want to call it.
Setback.
And
yeah.
Setback, and very near the edge of the property line. And I don't know if you turned it so it went the other direction, whether it would create more relief. But other people live there and in the area, and it can be noisy and it should fit in. I'm not sure whether it's completely invisible because I don't know going along Cliff Road what you can see up that driveway at different times. I haven't seen the pool because I haven't been there recently, but I just was wondering whether it could be tried in another location. It can't go on the other side of the lot because it doesn't have room. So that's, I don't know whether it narrowed it down to 12 feet wide. I don't know whether that would work better. And where are the controls going to be?
Be in the studio, in the basement.
Okay.
In the basement of the studio?
Well, it's going to be a crawl space.
Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering and see if there was something that could be done to make it more fit in better on the lot. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Oh, gosh.
You want me to come back to you?
No, I'm ready. I just don't think you'd be happy with me. I just think on a lot this size, you have to choose what you want, and you can't have everything. You could have a nice large house and a pool, or you could just have a little studio but this is just everything in a neighborhood that isn't like this. And it's one thing to have it in a neighborhood where everything is crammed in, and we've had to deal with that. And I'm just not going to say yes to this because I just don't think it's right. So
okay,
there it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I just think make the pool a little smaller, turn it 90 degrees, kill a couple birds with one stone. And also, Brooke, through you, Mr. Chair, what's going on with those AC units in the The front left of the house facing from the street. You're going to put a fence around those? I don't see them in the plan. Are you coming back?
I thought they were on the elevation, but they'll be boxed in with cedar.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I figure you know the program, but okay, that's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Carrie.
This lot is crammed in. That's the nature of it. When I look at the locus, it doesn't look that much smaller than the other lots, to tell you the truth. It just happens to be in the middle, like a fishbowl. So everybody's backed up looking at it. And that's unfortunate, but that's what it is. I think Stephen has a good idea, is to just reduce it, turn it, give it more of a buffer on the corner where it needs it. I see there's a 6-foot fence with evergreens. And if you can just thicken up that buffer on that corner, that should satisfy. And yeah, I think turning it and reducing it and getting it closer to the porch, as Diane said, that might do it.
So may I address that?
And where's the
Hang on. So let's let Brooke address that, and then I will go back to you, Diane. Okay?
Okay.
Go.
All right. So this, by turning this pool and putting it right up against the covered porch, I mean, even if we made it 16 by 16, it still would actually ride up against this back line. This distance from here to here is not the same as this distance from here to here. So, you know, the only thing that I could do is just make this pool maybe a little narrower and a little shorter, but rotating at 90, I mean, we'd be losing a nice little strip of yard right here, which I think that my clients want. And I think most of you agree more yard is better. We've definitely, I think, given us plenty of buffer, given the size of this lot versus what it was before. I mean, we're talking about, maybe at this point, 6 feet, 11 feet between here and there. And then, yes, this could be planted up. So maybe we can make this a 16 by 20 pool, or maybe a 14 by 20 pool, but I don't think that it can rotate and still fit nicely in this.
You obviously understood Stephen's intention in saying that.
What's that?
You understood Stephen's intention in saying that.
I do. I just don't want that to be the expectation the next time we come through.
Well, okay. Yeah. I understand that if you took the pool the way it is, people would fall off of the porch right into the pool.
Yeah.
So, listen, Brooke got that. Diane, you wanted to say something?
I wonder, he has no thing about the cover.
Oh, it probably has it. Does it have a cover?
You're gonna have
automatic cover, that is.
We have a fence, so I mean,
you don't need one if you have a fence.
I see no fence.
No, there is a fence.
It's right here.
Black line. It's a wire fence set into vegetation.
Except on the long line, it's a 6-foot board fence.
Right.
Oh,
that
yeah.
backs up to a butters, and it will be planted and covered.
Okay, so Diane, did that satisfy your question?
Satisfies my question, yes.
Okay.
Motion to hold for revisions.
I think that's where we got to go.
Could,
Okay.
could I ask a question? What kind of plant is he anticipating? Because that affects us directly.
Evergreens.
What kind of evergreens? Is there any particular?
We don't get into the specifics.
You don't? Okay.
No, because what we need to know is they need to be evergreen, so that if they were deciduous, then you'd see the thing all winter long. So what evergreens he or his client choose to screen, as long as they're evergreens, then they're doing the job 12
Well,
months.
but it would seem to me that there's certain kinds of evergreens that you will be able to cover completely, and others that you'll still be able to see the whole structure from Hamlin Road.
Give you a little measure of assurance on this. So whenever we approve a pool and we're relying on vegetation to screen the pool from any public way, we put a stipulation into our approval that says that at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity, the pool will not be visible from any publicly traveled way. So that's how we solve that little problem.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question about that one lot line? Does that assume, are we assuming that the evergreen is on the outside and the
Well,
fence?
yeah, see, so I'm speaking for Brooke here, but I'm imagining it, the reason that he held the fence in the way he did was so that the vegetation would go between the fence and the property line, and still the vegetation would be on their property as opposed to the neighbor's property. Does that answer your question?
So the
You won't see the fence, Abby.
What? Sorry,
You won't see the fence.
from the neighbors.
Yeah, but that's not a public way. But
Okay.
yes, I will do, that is the courtesy, yes.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
being
yeah.
extended.
I think of it as a courtesy. Thank you. Thank you, Brooke.
Okay, so I believe that the motion was to hold this for revisions, was it not?
Correct.
And that was from you, Stephen. So I'm gonna take a vote on that motion. So on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Diane. Diane's muted. Stephen.
Aye.
Okay, Diane, you there? Okay, I'm in favor of the motion.
I'm in favor.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so that motion carries. Now, let's see. Thank you, everyone. It's quarter of, now it's 41 Walrinnet, 41 Walwinnet. And I'm not on this. We have Diane is chairing, Johnny, who's not with us, Abby, Val, Stephen. That looks like it. I think you have a 4-person board, but I'm going to mute now, okay? Diane, you got it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
This is one of my applications, and I was before you a month ago, almost to the day, and I've been waiting patiently. We revised this in its height and in the eave lines. We dropped it into a mud sill to reduce by a foot, and then all the secondary eave lines used to be equal with the main mass, and we've dropped those so they're a foot different now. So the total height we've reduced by 14 inches to 28.2 from 29.4. I cleaned up the window typo on the front elevation that Abby called out where it wasn't quite perfect, and so now they're balanced. But that was the essential issue, mostly for Diane. So that's what we've done to change up those eave lines.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Abby, you're on it.
I think it looks great.
Right. Okay. And Val?
Uh-oh.
Where'd you go?
Val, you're muted.
Valerie.
You're muted again, Val.
Holy moly. I'm good with that. That's what we asked for. And essentially we had no problems with massing or anything. I made a comment about the chimney maybe needing a cricket, but that's irrelevant to us at the moment. So I'm good with this.
All right. And Stephen?
Yep, no concerns. Thanks for the changes.
All right. So we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
You just made it. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that is the whole thing.
Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, thank you, Diane. So next up is 9 Coffin. Stephen Rothke, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I am. Good evening, everyone.
I'm
Okay,
not on the next two, so what do you think?
I think you should stay here and suffer with us.
Yeah. I think you're probably safe to go.
She's on
Yeah.
this one though.
Huh?
No, I'm not.
9 call. Oh, no, you're not.
Not.
Nope.
1, 2,
All
3.
right. Well, good night, friends. I'll bid you
Good
adieu.
night, Val. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay. So
They,
let's see if we can knock this off, and I don't know, maybe another one. All right.
Go
so
get the more right now.
it's myself, Diane, Abby, and Steven sitting on this. Okay. Oh, actually, John's not with us. Carrie, you still there?
I am indeed.
Okay, so you can sit on this. So we'll have a 5-person board. Okay, go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, thank you. We did pretty much exactly what we discussed. There's a change made to the window units that you see on the right there in that elevation. Those were 2/2s. We made them 6/1s, which was a unanimous request in the last review. And then it was also requested that we change that window above the front door there back to something closer to what it is. It's presently a 2/2, and we made that a 2/2 as well.
Okay. There's our side view of same. All right. Anything else?
No, there was just those two simple changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Open it up to the board.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to note for Sconset Advisory, they were fine with the proposed changes. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Okay. Who would like to start?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Diane?
I guess I'm all right with it.
Twist your arm. Okay. All right. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it. I think I had asked for a 6/1 in the dormer, but it's fine as it is.
All right. Carrie.
Yep, I'm fine with it too.
All right. So I think we can have a motion on this.
Motion to approve.
All right. I like it. Thanks, Abby. All right. So Abby's made that motion to approve. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Okay. That's that. Thank you,
Thank you,
Stephen.
everyone.
Okay. And the next up is 86 Quidnet. And Diane, you're chairing this one.
And Steve and I are both here. We've been here for quite a while.
I'm sure you have
Oh,
been.
we.
Okay, yes, so have we. Thank
I
you.
thought she was
Diane.
speaking French. Oh, oui.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute on this. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. I guess we don't have John, Diane, so I guess it's you, Abby, Steve, and Carrie.
Right. It is me, Welch, Thornwell. That's it.
And Abby.
Abby, I said Abby. I said me, Camp, Welch, and Thornwell.
That's correct. We did what you cut to the chase because you guys are tired as well. We did what you asked us to do. Steve can put it up on the screen or somebody can, and we pulled it back off that front piece. I can't see the rest of it. I think the next elevation is better.
Yeah, so
There we go.
we changed the front mass as you wish to a shed roof from a gable roof. And so now it's set back more. We reused the two existing windows that were original to the house and placed them by the front door. And we also deleted on the rear elevation, the second floor porch as you had requested, which was that element there, which is now gone and disappeared. And the back becomes a shed roof as well to simplify matters as you had requested. So those were basically the 4 items that you had asked us to do, which we did. And so here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. So,
Chairman, we clarified the elevation of the first floor for Lisa's client next door, and they're happy with the clarification.
Okay, well, it looks fine on the different things. The chimney you've got circled on the south elevation, is it existing or did you remove it?
No, on this, on the new south elevation, Diane, the chimney does not exist there. It's been relocated. You can see it goes back to the center mass. What we circled there was where the porch used to be. That was removed as requested.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. RC. Yeah, I gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Thank you very much. So let's see who was ready to begin with this.
I'll
How
go.
about you? Okay, Stephen.
Appreciate the changes. Thank you.
Oh, that's short and to the point. Abby.
Yeah, for me, I think it's more cohesive design, and it was really everywhere from the beginning. So I think you've sort of pulled it together. I'm okay. I'm happy with what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Carrie.
Carrie, yes. I think it's better. The beach side still has so many windows that aren't there now. That's the east, or yeah. There's just so many windows on that elevation, and I think about, the night sky in Quidnet and at the beach, and this is going to be a little lighthouse out there, a rambling lighthouse. But I would also like to look at the north elevation, because I just have a question. Looks like the roof, oh, sorry, the south. It's the funky, yeah, here. From the original, the right plate on that funky roof is at about the midline of the windows. And now it's up above them. So I'm just wondering how much taller is that ridge than it was? Because it looks to be a lot taller. And I wonder how that's working. Like, I've been told a number of times the ridge isn't getting any taller than it exists, but how does that work if you're raising that up so much? You're keeping kind of a funky shape. Can somebody explain that?
Steve?
Yes, exactly. That gable comes up to the window, Carrie, because right now there's no headroom in that space there without the dormer.
Right.
Okay, so that portion of that gets taller, correct, but the main ridge itself doesn't change.
Right. So what is that? So that ridge now meets the other.
You can see, Carrie, by the elevation of the existing south elevation, it's about a foot taller.
Yeah, there's a line up there that I don't quite get, because the chimney has a line going through it. But yeah, I just wanted to know that, because I thought the ridge was staying.
The main ridge is staying, Carrie. That's an associate ridge which was changing.
So that piece is going up to meet that main ridge.
No, it doesn't meet the main ridge. It's still lower than the main ridge.
Okay. Can we look at the west again then? I hadn't.
See it?
What is the proposed?
Here, up here. Up here. It's still
Yep.
lower than the main ridge.
I see.
Okay.
I see. I do appreciate your turning from the three gables. That was a big change.
Yeah, thank you. That's why we, we took your comments into consideration. We made the changes that you guys had asked for.
I really appreciate that.
Follow-up question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chairman, can I have a comment about the water side quickly? If you looked at the pictures in the packet that you got from us a while ago, actually, you can see the very top. You can't see anything below that deck, and you can only see part of those gables from the beach. And I went all the way down in the winter to the beach, into the, almost where the tide comes in, and you can't see it. It's a dune is so high on all the way
Okay,
across
well,
that ridge.
down to,
See 'em.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just a
down to
lot,
two gables,
a lot of windows up there.
which is what we want. So that's fine.
Yep.
So,
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve as submitted.
okay, thank you, Stephen. Abby,
Yes, I'm a yes.
okay, Carrie,
Aye.
all right, and me, Johnny McLaughlin, Camp, Welch, and Thornwell, and me, I'm an I. So that passes.
Thank you very much, everybody. Looking
Everybody.
through it.
Thank you guys very much for your patience and your comments. Much appreciated. Thank you.
And it's a better design than when we started, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, we all agree. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Well, I think rather than get into the next application, we're 1 minute to 9. Are we all ready to break at this point?
I think so.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Chair, can I ask you a quick question?
That's you. Is that you,
It
Stephen?
is, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. On other business, I'd like to ask, are we meeting Thursday?
Yes.
I'd like to ask that
Yes.
we would move up to the front of the meeting, the discussion on alternative roof shingles and gray shingles in the OHD, SOHD. I think if everyone were to receive a copy of the visuals that we were sent, we might be able to have a brief discussion, at least to begin the discussion, because we got so much on our agenda.
Yeah, and but if we kept it at the end of the old business or the other business like this, it might never get heard, at least not in my lifetime.
And even if you wanted to set a time limit on it, we talk no more than 10 minutes or something and see where we got.
Right. Okay, I think that's fair. So Kathy, can we just adjust accordingly? So we'll take the discussion of roof shingles, which I seriously think will be a short discussion, and move it to the front just so that we can get closure on that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, very good. So should we approve minutes, or are we holding those for any reason?
Y'all can vote. If I'm on the vote, I'll abstain. I didn't review them.
Diane, were you about to say something?
No, approve
No?
whatever Terry needs. Let's approve whatever Terry needs.
Well, I think Terry would be very eager to have us approve the minutes, yes. So would somebody care to make that
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, so I have to make sure that I still have, so Abby has made a motion to approve the minutes. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Abstain.
Right. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, and I think that's it, kids. Thanks a lot.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Night, everybody.
Good night, but before you all leave, let's just get a vote on that. So Abby's made a motion to adjourn. On the motion, Diane?
No, I don't want to adjourn.
Okay, so we already have 1 against. Let's see if there's any more. Gosh. Okay, so Stephen on that motion.
Oh, I'm an aye.
Okay, Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Okay, so I too am against. I am. So,
But I'm for, so it
but
passes.
the motion, but Abby's for it, so the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Good.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Thank you.